accordingly. 8. Another radiological issue on the site is the radioactive source from the lightning rods. Although it is difficult to estimate the risk associated with the rods, the potential exposure from these sources could be higher than that from dew. The rods should therefore be removed and handed to the relevant authorities for proper storage. 9. Information should be provided to military, civilian and mine clearance personnel, as well as other concerned personnel, on the presence of dew, corresponding risks and how to deal with newly found penetrators. 74. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. 7.2 Lukovica, October 16, 2002. NATO Ref. 9 www.nato.int link, NATO Unclassified, CM, 2001-43. Coordinates. 34 TBP 8850, 55800. Target. Metal workshop and barracks. Number of rounds. Unknown. Area. Open area, converted into residences, shops and marketplace. Very active. Investigated surface area, 600 meters by 500 meters. Town/population. The community of Lukovica, population 13,000, is a suburban area of Sarajevo belonging to the Republika Srpska. The population surrounding the immediate site can be estimated to be approximately 1,500. Other information. Extensive rebuilding of residences and businesses is now ongoing. Some animals graze on the available grassy surfaces. Site description and general information. The investigated area lies within Lukovica town, a suburb of Sarajevo. During the war, this area was attacked as it housed a military compound. The targets were army barracks, storage areas and workshops, which were heavily hit and partly destroyed. During the fact-finding pre-mission, the Republika Srpska authorities mentioned that the area may have been attacked using DU munitions. Today, the workshops and several of the barracks have been rebuilt and are now used as workshops, storage areas and shops. The metal workshop is active and employs a small number of people. Between the shop area and the former barracks is a marketplace selling food and other items for locals living nearby. There are no mines in the area and it has been cleared of unexploded ordnance. Field investigation. Both online and random survey techniques were used on all streets, open places, the market area, within certain destroyed buildings and on grassy areas. The ground surface within and around a large, rebuilt mechanical workshop in the eastern part of the area was also thoroughly investigated. Samples taken included 4 surface soil samples to a depth of 5 cm, 1 water sample, tap, 6 bioindicators, 2 lichen, 3 moss, 1 bark, 4 air filter samples. The SE part of the area has been redeveloped, whereas the NW remains in disarray. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 75. 7. Lukovica. 56,000 55,804 800 55,600. Market area. SB. Boprivsakasas. 21A. Bombed building. 1620. 12,1411,13. 8. 56. 109472A. 31. S. B17 and 19. S18. 15. Bus garage. W. Bus service. BB. B. River. S surface soil sample W water sample B botanical sample and air filter position. Special studies of endpoints. Fence. Area searched by at random survey. Area searched by online survey. Building. Tree. Grass. Hedge. Pond. Banja Luka Sarajevo. Watchtower as. Sport field. 288 200. 88 400. 0. 50. 100 meters. 88 600. Grid, UTM 34 TBP. Findings. General contamination. No contamination was detected by the field measurements, which means that any contamination on the surface was less than 10% of the reference level, or less than 1 gram Du/M2 assuming superficial deposition on the ground but nevertheless 90% absorption. There was also no indication of contamination in soil, water or air samples. Measurements of radiation. The gamma background was low, 0.03 to 0.10 microsieverts/H, which was favorable for detecting radiation from possible dew. Increased gamma radiation was measured outside one of the workshop buildings and was shown to be caused by radioactive sources used for gamma radiography, see below. Special studies of possible dew contamination of surfaces were done by taking measurements of gamma and beta radiation on metal, concrete and wood surfaces carried out at 23 locations, see Appendix J. In all of these locations beta radiation did not exceed 0.2 CPS. Penetrators, jackets and localized points of contamination. No penetrators, jackets or contamination points were found. 76 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. Soil. 4 surface soil samples were taken from different parts inside and around the area. Since no indications of penetrator impact points were found, the samples were taken from different places randomly distributed over the whole surface of the site. No soil contamination was found. The uranium concentration in the samples was in the range of 2.1 to 3.0 mg/kg of soil. These values are in the normal range of natural uranium concentration in soil. The measured isotopic composition of the uranium was indicative of natural uranium. A bus repair service and a number of other shops are currently operating in this area of Lukovica. Water samples. A public tap water sample was taken from the fuel station. No dew contamination was found. Botanical samples. Lichen and moss samples were taken inside the urbanized area. The selection of the sampling points was made on the basis of information received on the main targets during the bombing. The results indicate that there is no presence of dew at this site. Air samples. 4 air samples taken in open areas near residences and public spaces found no presence of dew. Uranium concentration in air was within normal ranges. However, special studies on resuspension revealed, on 5-10 occasions, uranium concentrations higher than at the other sites where no dew contamination was found. It was concluded that the magnitude of the corresponding resuspension factor was in the range of 3.57.1, 10 to 9 meters -1. Radiography sources. A measurement taken outside a metal workshop detected a radioactive source emitting gamma radiation inside the workshop. With the assistance of the factory owner, the source was located within a locked shed in the main building and proved to be from radiography equipment used in the examination of metal constructions. It could not be established whether the source was properly licensed or whether any appropriate radiation protection procedures were in place at the site, and should thus be inspected by responsible authorities. Residual risks. There are no additional risks caused by dew in the investigated area. Need for mitigation. Recommendations. No evidence or indication was found that dew had been used on this site, and neither is there any reason to believe dew was used in the area. Therefore, no specific recommendations relevant to dew are necessary. However, the presence of the radiographic source in the metal workshop premises is of some concern for employees as the potential risk from exposure is significant. The Radiation Protection Authorities of the Republika Srpska should investigate whether the source is properly registered and licensed, and whether the necessary measures are being taken to ensure the facility is being operated in accordance with the radiation safety legislation. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 77. 7.3 Hedzisi Barracks, October 17, 2002. NATO Ref. non-www.nato.int link, NATO Unclassified, CM, 2001, 43. Coordinates, 34 TBP 75,300, 54,700. Target. The area was most likely not targeted by A-10 planes. Number of rounds. Unknown. Area. The area is a secured, active military site with no civilian access. Investigated surface area, 200 meters by 300 meters. Town/population. The barracks immediately adjoin the town of Hadzisi and are situated alongside a residential area. The population is 2,660. Other information. UNEP is informed that the barracks were not heavily attacked by air. The military authorities do not think DU would have been used here. The site normally holds about 100 soldiers, but is occasionally used for military training with up to 400 soldiers. Site description and general information. The investigated area is a secured military barracks located on the outskirts of the town of Hadzisi, lying at the base of a forested hill. During the war, some of the barracks were attacked, but according to the soldiers now present, the site was not attacked by air. The barracks area leads to the entrance to an ammunition storage depot, see Site 7.4, which was quite large at the time of the conflict. The area has been rebuilt and is used by a small number of soldiers. There are barracks, offices, kitchen and storage facilities, and an area for sports activities. The perimeters of the site are still mined, particularly the forested areas. A stream runs along the western edge of the site. The central portion of the Hadzisi barracks which is in active use. 78. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. Hadzisi Barracks. 55,200, 55,000, 54,800, 54,600. 700. WS. SWB. S. Surface soil sample. W. Water sample. B. Botanical sample and air filter position. Area searched by online survey. Town power line. Tree building. 600. 4,800, 54,400. 275,000. 0. 75,200. 100. 200 meters. 75,400. 75,600 grid, UTM 34 TBP. Map approximation. Field investigation. The site was fully investigated using the online survey method on all hard surfaces and between most buildings. Random surveys were completed between any remaining buildings and on the sports field. Only normal background radiation was detected. No mapping was done at the time of the investigation due to time constraints. The site map is an approximation based on NATO maps and UNEP personnel recollections and photographs. Samples taken included 3 surface soil samples to a depth of 5 cm, 2 water samples, 1 tap, 1 stream, 1 bioindicator, lichen, 2 air filter samples. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 79. 7. Findings. General contamination. No contamination was detected by the field measurements, which means that any contamination on the surface was less than 10% of the reference level, or less than 1 gram DU/M2 assuming superficial deposition on the ground but nevertheless 90% absorption. There was also no indication of contamination in soil, water or air samples. Measurements of radiation. The gamma background was low, 0.03 to 0.10 micros/H, which was favorable for detecting radiation from possible DU. Special studies of possible contamination of DU were carried out by taking measurements of gamma and beta radiation on metal, concrete and wood surfaces at 2 locations. In all of these locations the beta radiation did not exceed 0.3 CPS. Penetrators, jackets and localized points of contamination. No penetrators, jackets or contamination points were found. Soil. 3 surface soil samples were taken from different locations inside the fenced area of the Hadzisi barracks. Because there were no indications of penetrator impacts, The samples were taken randomly over the whole surface of the site. No soil contamination was found. The uranium concentration of the surface soil samples was in the range of 2.6 to 3.1 mg/kg of soil. These values are in the normal range of natural uranium concentration in soil. The measured isotopic composition of the uranium was indicative of natural uranium. A stream water sample was taken from the western edge of the site. Water samples. 2 water samples were taken, one from a stream and one from tap water. The uranium concentrations were low and there was no indication of dew. Botanical samples. 1 lichen sample was taken inside the area. No contamination was found. Air samples. 2 air samples were taken near the military barracks, and indicated uranium concentration within normal ranges. No dew contamination of the air was found. The air resuspension factors for this site were found in the range of 5.16.7, 10 to 10 meters -1. Residual risks. There are no additional risks caused by dew in the area investigated. Need for mitigation, recommendations. No evidence or indication was found that dew had been used on this site, and there is no reason to believe dew was used in the area. Therefore, no specific recommendations relevant to dew are necessary. 80 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. 7.4 Hadzisi Ammunition Storage Depot, October 17, 2002. NADAREF. Number 16, Number 17, Number 18, Number 19. Coordinates. 34 terabytes BP 76,600, 53,480. Target. The ammunition storage bunkers containing a large amount of varied live ammunition. Possibly anti-aircraft guns. Date of attack. September 11, 1994. Number of rounds. 1,500. Area. Fenced, limited access even to military personnel. Investigated surface area, 1,000 meters by 1,000 meters. Town/population. The town of Hadzisi, population 2,660, lies 1-2 kilometers down the hill from this site. The military barracks 1.5 kilometers from the ammunition depot hold approximately 100 soldiers. Other information. Dangerous site and heavily destroyed area. This area will be out of bounds for some time due to the heavy presence of mines and unexploded ordnance. Site description and general information. The Hadzisi Ammunition Storage Depot is a restricted site situated in a forested area about 1.5 kilometers southeast of Hadzisi Barracks. While the barracks have military access only, access to this site is further restricted due to the state of destruction and large spread of unexploded ordnance. Mines were used to protect the depot and are still present in large numbers within the forested area. Within the depot are many former bunkers and storage barns for ammunition and military equipment. Most were destroyed by precision bombing, during which live ammunition was spread widely around the area. After the war, the area was closed and is now mostly overgrown by trees and bushes. It is not yet possible to walk beyond hard surface areas. The dew targets are unknown, but may have been anti-aircraft guns. Dew penetrators were found at a road crossing near a bunker in the eastern part of the site. Penetrator impact points were found at this overgrown road crossing through online surveying. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 81. 700. 7. Hadzisi Ammunition Storage Depot. 54,000,53800. 680. To Hadziki Barracks. Destroyed barrack. Quarry and shirt. 3,4,5,6,71,2. 53,600. Destroyed vehicle. 4,853,400. Penetrator, jacket. Contamination point. S. Surface soil sample. B. Botanical sample. Special studies of endpoints bunker for ammunition storage. Area searched by online survey. Road. Road, assumed route. Tree. Building. Contour line. 12,13,14. BB. 15S. S. 275 600. 0. 75 800. 100. 200 meters. 76000. 76 200. 76 400. 76 600 grid, UTM 34 TBP. The topography of the area is rugged. The bedrock, where it was exposed along the road, consists of quartzite and chert, and the soil cover is relatively thin. There are no occupied homes inside the area, but some farmhouses are situated relatively close to it. Cattle tracks indicate that the site is used for grazing. Field investigation. The site was investigated by online survey on the roads along the path shown in the map. Due to the heavy mine and unexploded ordnance situation, the team kept strictly to the roads. Contamination points were marked and recorded. Samples taken included 2 surface soil samples to a depth of 5 cm, 2 bioindicators, lichen, bark, no water samples, no air filter samples. Findings. General contamination. General widespread surface contamination in the area could not be detected by gamma and beta measurements even though the area had been heavily attacked by DU munitions. Soil. 82. 82 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. And botanical samples confirm this finding. However, the heavily mined areas limited the search to the roads, and therefore no sampling or measurements were possible outside the roads in order to confirm this assumption. Measurements of radiation. Gamma radiation was low, 0.04 to 0.08 microsieverts/H. Special studies of possible contamination of DU by measurements of gamma and beta radiation on metal, concrete and wood surfaces were carried out at 12 locations. See Appendix J. In all of these locations beta radiation did not exceed 0.5 CPS. Penetrators, jackets and localized points of contamination. 1 penetrator was found on the surface, as well as 1 jacket, both were covered in soil and left at the site. 5 penetrators were located by gamma measurements lying under the asphalt surface of the road. Increased radiation, sharp S+ or just gamma, was located to contamination points, usually not larger than 10 to 50 centimeters in diameter. All points found were marked by a circle of red paint. No contamination points other than those related to penetrators, jackets were found. Widespread contamination was not encountered. Soil. 2 surface soil samples were taken on grassy surfaces near a crossroad where a number of impact points on the asphalt were identified. Due to the mine situation, samples could only be collected along the edge of the road. The sampling sites were chosen outside the immediate vicinity, 1 to 2 meters, of visible impact points. In both soil samples collected, DU contamination could be detected. In one case, at a distance of 5 to 10 meters to the nearest confirmed impact point, DU contamination of 3.7 mg/kg of soil could be measured. Sample nuke 20020270004. The other sample was taken at a distance of 50 to 100 meters from the nearest impact point and showed DU presence of 0.1 mg/kg of soil. Sample nuke 20020270005. The higher value is equivalent to about the average concentration of natural uranium in soil. Storage bunkers were completely destroyed. Botanical samples. Due to the heavy mine situation, only 1 bark and 1 lichen sample on 2 different trees were collected. The 234U/238U ratio gave indications of DU in these samples. APID 14A, BH14BA and BH14BB. UXO has been strewn across the site. Residual risks. There are likely to be penetrators and contamination points beside and beyond the roads. However, the risks from DU are very limited as the site is close to the public and Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 83. 7. Most areas where DU remains in the soil are impossible to approach because of the risk of mines and unexploded ordnance. Need for mitigation, recommendations. Due to the limited access and mine situation, at present there is no need for any mitigation other than to pick up any penetrators that are still lying on the road. Those that have been detected but are below the ground surface could be left there permanently. Due to the large amount of DU ammunition used to attack this site, there are reasons to believe that there are many penetrators and contamination points by the side of the road. Consequently, the following recommendations are given. 1. All penetrators that still might lie on the surface of unmined areas should be removed, with due consideration of all safety aspects in handling and storage. 2. As the team was limited to hard surfaces, it can be expected that a large number of penetrators remain undetected in the grassy areas. In any future mine clearing activities, all safety aspects should be considered in the handling and storage of penetrators and fragments. 3. In addition, it is recommended that when the area is cleared of unexploded ordnance and mines, the area should be searched for penetrators and contamination points, and measures taken accordingly. 4. Information should be provided to military, civilian and mine clearance personnel, as well as other concerned personnel, on the presence of DU, corresponding risks and how to deal with newly found penetrators. 7.5 Roska, 76M at self-prop gun, October 17, 2002. NATOREF. Number 1. Coordinates. 34 TBP 86,819, 46,649. Target. 76 mm at self-prop gun. Date of attack. August 5, 1994. Number of rounds. 860. Area. The targeted area is located on the top of a small mountain but was not accessible. Investigated surface area, unknown. Town/population. There is no town or population in the immediate vicinity. Other information. UNEP was unable to access the site due to the presence of anti-tank mines. No surveying or samples were possible. Need for mitigation, recommendations. This site, confirmed by NATO, was inaccessible due to the presence of anti-tank mines. It is recommended that once the mines have been cleared the site should be fully investigated for any DU contamination. 1. Any loose contamination, such as penetrators and fragments, should be picked up by authorized personnel. 2. Mine clearance and military personnel should be properly informed of the risks associated with DU. 84. 84 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. 7.6 Jeljugovici, T-55 tank, October 17, 2002. NATOREF. Number 2. Coordinates. 34 TBP 81,850, 61,770. Target. T-55 tank that was used for shelling Sarajevo. Date of attack. September 22, 1994. Number of rounds. 120. Area. Small hill with view onto Sarajevo. Residential, open access. Investigated surface area, 200 meters by 200 meters. Town/population. There are 4 homes in the immediate vicinity of the hill. Other information. The site is located on top of a hill in a civilian area. Foundations of houses that existed before the war were found, as well as an old bunker that has been filled in and is overgrown. A local civilian indicated to UNEP where the tank had been located at the time of the attack. Site description and general information. This hilltop site is in a civilian area with a good view of Sarajevo and is used to grow apples and for animal grazing. The entire hill is covered with topsoil and there are some old trees and newly planted fruit trees. The concrete foundations of 3 houses destroyed during the war are also evident. On the edge of the hill is an old bunker which has been filled in and is now overgrown. A bit further on from the former tank position is a farmhouse which is currently occupied. A small village is situated about 200 meters from the site at the base of the hill. Field investigation. The site was investigated by online survey and random survey. Studies of possible decontamination were carried out at 7 locations through measurements of gamma and beta radiation on metal, concrete and wood surfaces. The T-55 tank hilltop site, Sarajevo, can be seen in the distance. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 85. 7. Jeljugovici, T-55 tank. 61800. S. Surface soil sample. B. Botanical sample. Special studies of endpoints. Fence. Area searched by at random survey. Area searched by online survey. Building. Tree. Hedge. Banja Luka. Sarajevo. B. Destroyed well house slab. S. House slab. Destroyed house. Bunker. 132. S. 73B. 2. 41. 5,6 site of tank at time of attack. To Sarajevo. 0. 25. 50 meters. 4861 700. 281 700. 81 800. 81 900 grid, UTM 34 TBP. Samples taken included 2 surface soil samples to a depth of 5 cm, no water samples, 2 bioindicator, both lichen, no air filter samples. Findings. General contamination. No general contamination in terms of localized surface contamination could be detected. As many years have elapsed since the military conflict and the area is currently used for planting, the soil may have been farmed, fertilized and turned over several times. As a result, possible decontamination could have been diluted and dispersed in so much soil that it was no longer discernible by the field instruments used. However, even the more sensitive soil and beta sampling and measurements did not indicate any contamination. It is therefore concluded that there is no localized or widespread contamination of any significance. Measurements of radiation. The gamma background was 0.10 to 0.12 microsieverts/H, and SS background was 0.1 CPS. Conditions for detecting DO were favorable. At all locations the beta radiation did not exceed 0.5 CPS. Penetrators, jackets and localized points of contamination. No penetrators or jackets were found. Since DO ammunition was used in the area, there are reasons to speculate that some may already have been taken away and some penetrators could be hidden deep in the ground and are not detectable by field measurements. These should not cause any concern as long as any future digging is not too deep. 86. 86 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. Cesium contamination. No DO contamination points were found. However, at 2 opposite corners of a concrete foundation of a former house, an enhanced gamma radiation level was detected. The gamma radiation over these respective spots were 0.15 microsieverts/H and 0.25 microsieverts/H. Measurements by a portable gamma ray spectrometer revealed that the increased radiation was caused by cesium-137. During the 1986 Chernobyl accident, cesium-137 was dispersed over the whole of Europe, including causing fallout on the ground, lakes and other surfaces, including the roof of the former household. Over the years, the roof would have been repeatedly washed by rainwater and the cesium-137 would have been transported down through the drain pipes. The outlets of these drain pipes were located above the radioactive spots detected. Soil samples. 2 surface soil samples were taken from the area around the former position of a T-55 tank. One was taken near the tank at the time of attack, the other about 50 meters northeast of the tank near the ruins of a small house. As no indications of penetrator impacts were detectable on the surface, Samples were taken from different places distributed over the surface of the site. No contamination of the soil was found. The uranium concentration of the surface soil samples was in the range of 1.5 to 1.8 mg/kg of soil. These values are in the normal range of natural uranium concentration in soil. The measured isotopic composition of the uranium was indicative of natural uranium. Botanical samples. 2 lichen samples were taken, one from apple trees near the point where the tank would have been located at the time of the attack, and the other from an old tree 50 meters northwest of the tank position. No indications of dew contamination could be found. Residual risks. There is no risk of dew contamination from either contamination points or penetrators on the ground. However, hidden penetrators deeper in the soil might be dug up unintentionally in the future and cause a risk of exposure. It is also possible that hidden penetrators could cause some dew contamination of drinking water supplies in the future. However, based on previous experience and the fact that the total amount of dew that was used in the area was relatively small, the risk of significant drinking water contamination is small. Need for mitigation, recommendations. No evidence or indication was found that dew munitions had been used on this site. Because nothing was found, there is no immediate need for mitigation. However, as there are probably penetrators hidden in the ground that could be dug up in the future and cause some minor contamination, the following recommendations are given. 1. The people living in the area should be properly informed about dew and its risks. All penetrators found in future should be given to the appropriate authorities. 2. Because people are living below the area investigated, it is recommended that, in line with the precautionary principle and as part of scientific research, samples of drinking water should be taken once per year and measured for dew if the drinking water is sourced from the hill. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 87. 7. 7.7 Hanpijsk Artillery Storage and Barracks, 18 October 19, 2002. Nadaref. Number 10, Number 11, Number 12, Number 13. Coordinates. 34 TCP 35,600, 84,400. Target. Tanks, vehicles, artillery and potentially an anti-aircraft gun. Date of attack. September 7, 1995. Number of rounds. 2,400. Area. Large site, military barracks. Also artillery and vehicle storage site. Investigated surface area, 900 meters by 250 meters. Town/population. The site is approximately 1.5 kilometers north from the town of Hanpijsk, population 5,500. Approximately 50 soldiers remain on the site on a regular basis. A full battalion of 250-400 soldiers come to the site during training periods. Other information. The site is a short distance from the town and has secured military access only. The site was heavily attacked and many vehicles were hit. These have all been removed. The site is surrounded by forest in an east-west oriented valley. Site description and general information. The Hanpijsk Artillery Storage and Barracks consists of several barracks, storage barns, garages, parking lots for army vehicles, and training grounds. During the war, the site was heavily attacked and several of the buildings in the western part of the site were destroyed or partly destroyed. The buildings in the eastern part survived. The destroyed buildings have been repaired or replaced by new buildings. Some of the new wooden buildings are used as storage facilities and garages for artillery and army vehicles. The barracks and storage area are situated in a shallow east-west oriented valley. The northern area borders a steep slope and a small stream runs through the site and disappears into a sinkhole. The bedrock of the area consists of limestone. The bottom of the valley is in. The western part of the site, seen here, was the most heavily attacked during the conflict. 88. 88 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 89. 84 884 684 404 884 200 335 400. Site-specific findings. 10401100. Banja Luka, Sarajevo. 1060. B. Logs. B. PS. A. 2SM. AW. Watchtower S. PSB. Penetrator, fragment contamination point P. Soil profile S. Surface soil sample W. Water sample B. Botanical sample and air filter position S. SIM smear, wipe sample Do dust sample 1. Gamma spectrometric measurement fence area searched by online survey tree building contour line. S. 50 special studies of endpoints not included in the map. PB. 2. 1A. S. W. S2 storage area. 35,600. 35,800. 0. 100. 200 meters. 36,000. 36,200 grid, UTM 34 TCP. Han Pajsk artillery storage and barracks. 7. The central part of the investigated area and is rather damp and wet. The road surfaces are paved by asphalt and concrete. There are no mines in the area and it has been cleared of unexploded ordnance, permitting full access to the site. No information was available on whether any DU-related material had been collected or removed by SFAR or the local troops. Field investigation. The site was thoroughly investigated over a 2-day period. The whole site was searched by online survey, including hard and grassy surfaces, a small part of the forested area at the western edge of the site, adjoining fields, behind all buildings, and over the hill where an anti-aircraft gun was probably positioned at the time of attack. Random surveying was done between vehicles and within certain buildings. One of the barracks now occupied by soldiers was rumored to have a penetrator lodged in the wall and was thus inspected using gamma spectrometric measurements. 49 contamination points, penetrators or fragments were found, marked and recorded. One of the penetrator fragments, as well as dew dust contamination, was found in one of the barns used for artillery storage. Radioactive measurements, scratch sampling and smear sampling were also performed in the barn. Samples taken included 3 penetrators, including 1 still in its jacket, 6 surface soil samples to a depth of 5 cm, 3 soil profiles of 60 cm in depth, 4 smear samples, taken from within a contaminated building, 2 scratch samples, taken from within a contaminated building, 2 water samples, 1 tap, 1 stream, 4 bioindicators, lichen, 6 air filter samples, including 1 inside a contaminated building. Findings. General contamination. Although the area was attacked using 2 400 rounds, indicating up to 730 kilograms of dew might be deposited within the area, surface contamination was limited. Field measurements did not show any clear indication of widespread contamination. However, a large number of contamination points and penetrators on the surface or hidden in the ground were detected. Dew could also be detected in soil, air and lichen samples. Measurements of radiation. Conditions for detecting contamination, penetrators and fragments were favorable. During online and random surveys, the total gamma and beta radiation was continuously measured by the SRAT and inspector instruments. The background gamma radiation on the hard surface areas was 0.02 to 0.04 micros/H and on soil 0.05 to 0.08 micros/H, while the beta radiation background amounted to 0.1 CPS. Gamma radiation was also encountered on the ground under a drain pipe of a building that had survived the attacks. Gamma spectrometric measurements performed on the spot revealed that this was caused by cesium-137 fallout from the 1986 Chernobyl accident. Gamma spectrometric measurements were carried out on a concrete pavement at the center of the area, and on soil. The concentrations within the concrete were, uranium 0.2 mg/kg, 90, 90 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. Thorium 0.4 mg/kg and potassium less than 0.1%, and in the soil were uranium 1.4 mg/kg, thorium 6.7 mg/kg and 0.8% potassium. A third measurement was carried out within the occupied barracks as it was rumored that a penetrator was lodged within the wall. However, measurements ranged within natural background levels and it was thought unlikely that any penetrator would be located there. Special studies on sharp S and from ground or surface were conducted through measurements on 50 various surfaces. 14 measurements were made inside and 36 measurements outside the contaminated building. In 10 of these locations the beta radiation exceeded 1 CPS. Using these results, it was estimated that the decontamination density of the concrete floor inside the attacked storage barn was 0.7 grams m2, see Appendix J, Figure J.3. Penetrators, jackets and localized points of contamination. Online surveying identified 8 hole penetrators, 2 half penetrators, and 11 penetrator fragments. Most were lying openly on the ground surface. Those on hard surfaces were not outwardly affected by weathering and remained in relatively good condition, whereas those that were covered by soil, even if only by a few centimeters, were usually very corroded. 3 penetrators were collected for further studies. Online surveying in an adjoining field a further 27 points were found with contamination or enhanced radiation caused by dew dust, fragments, or penetrators deeper in the soil. All dew was localized to the western half of the site, see map. All contamination points identified were marked with a red circle of paint. Although the team searched the eastern part of the area carefully, no dew was found there. No widespread contamination was found. Additional dew contamination was found inside one of the barns used as artillery and vehicle storage. At least one other building, as well as a large garage, was most likely hit as they were positioned in the line of attack. Both penetrators and fragments were found close to them. These buildings are very likely contaminated by dew, but they were not accessed. Before leaving the area, the penetrators and fragments found lying on the ground were collected as they entailed a health risk. Penetrators and fragments which were located but remained buried in the ground were left to be removed at a later date by proper decontamination teams. Contaminated soil was also left on site. Soil. 6 surface soil samples were collected from different areas of the site. 3 samples were taken around the storage barns and the parking lot in the western section. Many penetrator impact points could be detected on both hard, asphalt, gravel, concrete, and soft surfaces. Sampling sites were chosen outside the immediate vicinity, 1 to 2 meters, of visible impact points. Only one topsoil sample from this area, sample Nuke 20020280003, showed localized dew contamination of 0.2 mg/kg of soil. The sample was collected on a grassy surface approximately 50 meters from the nearest confirmed impact points on a hard surface, gravel. This value is equivalent to only 10% of the average concentration of natural uranium in soil and is therefore insignificant from a health point of view. The other 2 samples from this area, collected on grassy surfaces at distances between 3 meters and 30 meters from confirmed impact points, showed no indication of localized dew contamination. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 91. 7. The other 3 surface soil samples were collected in the eastern section, although no impact points were found nearby. To establish the concentration of local dew contamination of topsoil and the approximate extent of the contaminated surface, samples were collected from different places randomly distributed over the site. Localized dew contamination of 0.1 mg/kg of soil was measured in one of these samples, Nuke 20020280001. The sample was collected near the occupied barracks, cantina and the sports field, at a distance of about 170 meters from the nearest confirmed impact point. Again, This value is equivalent to less than 10% of the average concentration of natural uranium in soil and is therefore insignificant from a health point of view. This spread of localized contamination over a distance of nearly 200 meters is unusually large, but could be due to undetected impact points on the soft ground between the sampling point and the nearest confirmed impact point. The other two samples showed no indication of DU contamination exceeding the limit of detection. Natural uranium concentration for the uncontaminated surface soil samples was in the range of 1.3 to 2.6 mg/kg of soil. These values are in the normal range of natural uranium concentration in soil. The measured isotopic composition of the uranium was indicative of natural uranium. Soil profiles. Contamination of subsurface soil directly below 2 DU. Penetrators was investigated by taking soil profile samples to a depth of 60 to 65 centimeters below the soil surface. The penetrators were lying in undisturbed grass-covered ground at depths of between 3 and 8 centimeters and were found in two different parts of the site. In the first case, the average contamination in the second layer of soil, 5 to 10 centimeters, in which the penetrator was lying was 45 grams of DU per kilogram of soil. SAM. Bulls Nuke 20020281001 to 112. In the second profile, the intact penetrator was found still held within its jacket. The average contamination in the upper layer around the penetrator was only 4.7 grams of DU per kilogram of soil. Samples. Nuke 200202810 to 132. It is likely that the jacket casing acted as partial surface protection from corrosive attack. The DU contamination of these samples consists mainly of a large hammer is used to drive the soil profile plate into the ground. A thick layer of DU corrosion products formed on the exposed surfaces of the penetrator in the soil. Penetrators without their jacket casing had lost approximately 25% of their metallic mass through corrosion. Bearing in mind the state of the penetrators when they were found, UNEP established the losses to be 66 to 93 grams more than 7 years after the conflict. Based on these findings, penetrators consisting of metallic DU will no longer be found in the Balkans grounds 25 to 35 years after impact. Instead, only contaminated spots containing DU decomposition products will remain in the ground. Within the first 10 centimeters of soil below the penetrators, DU concentration diminished roughly by 2 orders of magnitude from values of 230 to 69 mg/kg of soil respectively. Within the next 30 centimeters, the DU concentration diminished by approximately another 3 orders of magnitude to values less than 0.1 mg/kg of soil, that is near the limit of detection. Therefore, within the first 40 centimeters below the penetrator, DU concentration diminished by almost 6 orders of magnitude. 4 layers deeper than 40 centimeters, no traces of DU were detected. In conclusion, based on the results from these soil profile analyses, the mobility of DU corrosion products in the type of soil found at Honpytsk is very low. 92. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. A third soil profile was taken by Bristol University and will be studied further in the context of ongoing PhD work on uranium mobility. Surface deposits, smear samples. Scratch and smear samples were taken from within a wooden storage barn in the western portion of the site. Shot holes on the concrete floor indicated that the building had been heavily hit by DU rounds. Following the attack, the barn was emptied, repaired and used once again to store army material, such as cannons and wooden boxes. All materials that were in the building at the time of attack were removed. It is not known where this equipment has been moved to, nor how long the current equipment has been stored there. 2 scratch samples were taken inside the barn. The first was taken from the concrete floor against the wall, the second was collected from the horizontal surface of a wooden beam. Both scratch samples consisted of sand and dust. The uranium concentration of the sand and dust material from the first sample, Nuke 2,002,028,302, was 1,890 mg/kg, representing a surface contamination of 1,070 mg/m2. This concentration is approximately 1,000 times higher than the natural uranium content of soil. The uranium concentration in the material collected from the wooden beam, sample Nuke 2002-028-301, was 92 mg/kg, representing a surface contamination of 11 mg/m2, approximately 100 times higher than the natural uranium content of soil. The uranium in both samples consisted of almost 100% dew. These two scratch samples most likely represent primary deposits of debris and dust from the initial impact of dew penetrators on the concrete floor inside the building. It is unlikely that this coarse, sandy material was later resuspended inside the building. These results confirm that primary contamination from penetrator impacts can be higher inside a building than outdoors. As the contamination occurred indoors, there are no weathering effects and the initial superficial contamination will remain on the ground surface for a long time. Both scratch and smear samples were collected inside the contaminated storage barn. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 93. 7. 2 smear samples were taken from smooth, painted horizontal surfaces of a cannon and a wooden box stored in the barn. Both smear samples consisted of fine brown dust. The measured loose surface contamination from the cannon, sample Nuke 2,002,028,303, was 59 micrograms/m2. The sample from the surface of the wooden box, sample Nuke 2,002,028,304, measured loose surface contamination of 270 micrograms/m2. The uranium in both samples again consisted of almost 100% dew. A similar result emerged from the measurement of the dew contamination on the surface of another cannon, sample NSISMR 0703. Dew contamination density of this surface was 110 micrograms/m2. These smear samples are most likely due to secondary deposits following the resuspension of contaminated dust from the floor. Indeed, the dew concentration was very low, about 1,000 times less than the primary contamination on the floor. Since the detailed history of the management of the building is unknown, it is not possible to know the length of time the deposited dust on the sampled surfaces was left undisturbed. These results show that secondary deposition of resuspended dust can lead to dew contamination of objects brought into a building after an attack. The forested area was fully investigated. An important result was the detection of dew in 2 additional smear samples taken from metal surfaces at distances of about 100 meters, sample NSISMR 0705, and 400 meters, sample NSISMR 0716, from the attacked storage barn. From these results the estimated total mass of dew used in the attacks was 40 to 330 kilograms, or 150-1,100 penetrators, see Appendix J.3. Water samples. One sample of tap water was collected from a barracks and another was taken from the stream. No dew contamination was found, which is interesting considering the large number of dew rounds used in the area. However, tap water for this site most likely comes from the nearby town rather than the site itself, and the stream running through the site ran at fast volume. Botanical samples. 2 lichen samples were collected along the road crossing the site, and another 2 were taken at the border of the forest at the western edge of the site where indications of an attack were apparent. On the basis of 234U/238U ratio, the results give an indication of dew presence in 3 lichen samples, confirming the earlier presence of dew in the air, which means that at least some of penetrators hit hard surfaces, split into dust and dispersed in the air. Air samples. On the first day, 4 air samples were taken. The air samplers were arranged at approximately equal distances from each other in a parallel line to the main road leading from the entrance of the site to the forest at the western edge. This was done in order to estimate the average uranium concentration in air. On the second day, one air sampler was placed outside the entrance of the contaminated wooden storage barn, and another was placed inside the barn. 3 of the air samples showed significant dew contamination, including one from the first day, Nuke 20020272204, taken just outside the contaminated storage barn. However, some members of the UNEP team were working around the building while the sampling was going on, as this area was found to have many contamination points. Therefore, it is likely that a part of the dew measured may be attributed to resuspension due to walking and digging performed at the time. 94. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. Air samplers were positioned throughout the site for an overall estimation on the presence of dew in air. The 2 samples taken during the second day both indicate the presence of dew. One sampler was placed inside the contaminated storage barn, Nuke 20020282202, and the second just outside its entrance on the gravel surface where many contamination points had been identified the previous day, Nuke 20020282201. Special care was taken not to disrupt the area while the sampling was in progress, and to ensure natural results the samplers were shut down when anyone approached the area. Therefore, the main contribution to the dew measured in the air could be attributed to natural resuspension. The amount of dew measured in the air inside the building was much higher than that measured outside. The concentration was about 50 times normal value for uranium and consisted of almost 100% dew. The reason for resuspension could be due to air coming through the openings in the building near the floor and blowing the dew dust on the floor. However, as the dust was found to be highly contaminated with dew, it should be noted that any regular activities occurring inside the barn would create further resuspension. The resuspended dew particles outside the storage barn are diluted in the open air, which explains the wide difference. Breathing that kind of air for a whole year, the resulting radiation dose will be a few microsieverts, and therefore the radiological, as well as the chemical, consequences are insignificant. Nevertheless, it is one of the highest concentrations of dew in air measured during missions to study the presence of dew in the Balkans. The other sample containing dew was taken just outside the building. The uranium concentration was about normal, but the relative part of dew was high, 90%. Further away, 40 meters, the relative part of dew in air was less than 50%, while at a greater distance still, no dew could be detected. The outdoor air resuspension factors for this site were found in the range, April 8, 2012, 10 to 10 meters -1. The average value of resuspension factors inside the bomb storage barn was 5.2, 10 to 9 meters -1, approximately 7 times higher than the average value outside the buildings. The differences are possibly due to the design of the storage barn. There are large openings near the floor surface, and the speed of the air passing through these openings could be much higher than outdoors. Residual risks. The area was heavily attacked with 2 400 rounds of dew ammunition. 8 penetrators and 49 contamination points were identified. Contamination points indicated hidden penetrators. There are reasons to believe that some penetrators are still lying on the ground in the forested. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 95. 7. Area, most likely covered by grass and soil. In the areas where nothing was found by online survey, it is unlikely that anything will be found on the surface in the future, if no digging occurs. All penetrators laying on the surface present a potential risk of being picked up and improperly handled. Certain buildings, particularly the wooden storage barn, are still contaminated indoors. By entering and remaining inside these buildings, there is a risk of inhaling dew-contaminated air. The related radiological risks are not expected to be of any significance, but nevertheless should be avoided. In addition, contamination of hands and clothing is possible by coming into contact with the stored materials. The corresponding radiation doses would be low, but again should be avoided. No contamination of water was found. However, with almost 730 kilograms of uranium in the ground within a relatively small area, there exists the possibility that dew could dissolve in the future and disperse in the ground and contaminate groundwater. This report demonstrates that penetrators will corrode completely within 25-35 years after impact. It is shown that the only risk for groundwater contamination is the composition of the soil in which the penetrators remain. There are still some contamination points in the paved area where cars are parked, as well as between the buildings. If not covered, these constitute a potential source of contamination of the air through resuspension of dew dust. Need for mitigation, recommendations. Because of the results and potential risks for the future, the following recommendations are given. 1. In order to decontaminate the forest area, a full search of the area is recommended. Any penetrator fragments found should be removed and stored by responsible authorities. 2. Contaminated buildings should be dealt with in the following way by authorized personnel. All areas, including floors, should be cleaned by vacuum or underwater pressure. B. Contamination points on hard surface areas should be covered with asphalt or concrete. C. Loose contamination needs to be removed by authorized personnel and stored by responsible authorities. 3. Cover all contamination points outdoors with clean soil, for grassy areas, and asphalt or concrete, for hard surfaces. 4. If water is used for drinking purposes, it is recommended that, in line with the precautionary principle and as part of scientific research, sampling and measurements of drinking water should be made once a year. 5. Proper information should be given to military personnel on the appearance and presence of ammunition in general, the corresponding risks and how to take care of any penetrators found. 6. Any remaining vehicles that were hit during the attack should be investigated, wherever they may be stored. 96. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. 7.8 Han Pipsk ammunition storage area, October 18, 2002. NATO Ref. non-www.nato.int link, NATO Unclassified, CM, 2001, 43. Coordinates. 34 TCP 35750, 83,950. Target. Equipment storage buildings. Number of rounds. Unknown, unlikely dew was used for this site. Area. Small, secluded area removed from rest of site, 7.7. Investigated surface area, 250 meters by 100 meters. Town/population. There are no homes or barracks in the immediate vicinity of the site. Other information. The site is situated 400 meters south of the Han Pipsk barracks and is somewhat secluded. Access is by a 400 meters long road. One soldier guards the storage area. The area was shelled. Cut trees have shrapnel scars. Site description and general information. The site is a clearing in the forest and is accessed by a gravel road leading southwards from the Han Pipsk barracks. In the clearing are 3 military equipment storage buildings. The bedrock of the area is limestone. The ground is comprised of soil. Field investigation. The entire site was searched by online survey. No enhanced radiation was measured. No samples of any kind were collected and no special studies of possible dew contamination by measurements of gamma and beta radiation were carried out. No information led UNEP to believe that this area had been attacked using dew munitions. Samples taken. None. Findings: general contamination. The repaired storage facilities are in a secluded area of the site. No contamination was detected by the field measurements, which means that any contamination on the surface was less than 10% of the reference level, or less than 1 gram dew/m2 assuming superficial deposition on the ground but nevertheless 90% absorption. Measurements of radiation. Conditions for detecting contamination, penetrators and fragments were favorable. During online and random surveys, the total gamma and beta radiation was continuously measured by the SRAT and inspector instruments. The gamma background radiation was 0.08 to 0.10 micros yverts/h. Penetrators, jackets and localized points of contamination. No penetrators, fragments, contaminated spots or enhanced radioactivity was found through gamma and beta measurements. However, it is not impossible that penetrators and fragments exist in the area, but these would be buried deep in the soil. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 97. 7. Hanpijsk storage area. 84-100. To Hanpijsk barracks. 84,000. 83-900. Guard. Area searched by online survey. Tree. Building. 83-800. 4-883-700 335-700. 0. 50. 100 meters. 35-800. 35-900 grid, UTM 34 TCP. Residual risks. It is unlikely that any residual risk exists at this site. There is no enhanced gamma or beta radiation and no dew contamination was found on the ground surface. In addition, the site is situated at some distance from inhabited areas. Need for mitigation, recommendations. No evidence or indication was found that dew munitions had been used on this site. Neither is there any reason to believe dew was used in the area. Therefore, no specific recommendations relevant to dew are necessary. 98. 98 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. 7.9 Pale Quran Barracks, October 19, 2002. NATO Ref. non-www.nato.int web link, NATO Unclassified, CM, 2001, 43. Coordinates. 34 TCP 05530, 52350. Target. Barracks and military vehicles. Number of rounds. Unknown. Area. The area is a secured military site still in use. No civilian access. Investigated surface area, 300 meters by 150 meters. Town/population, other information. The population in and around Pale is approximately 30,000. About 30 soldiers reside, work at the site. Rumored A-10 attack. The site still has a large number of tanks and vehicles, both within and outside the buildings. Some tanks were hit during the attack. Site description and general information. The barracks are situated about 0.5 kilometers southeast of Pale Town. During the war, the site was bombed intensively. Several of the former buildings were wholly destroyed and only concrete slabs remain, while other buildings have since been repaired. The site is currently used by the Army as barracks and military storage buildings for tanks, armored personnel carriers, APCs, guns and Army vehicles. The surface of the site is mainly soil. Field investigation. Most of the site and around the buildings was searched by online survey. One building was inspected by random survey, as were areas between most vehicles. No atmospheric aerosol samples were collected as it was raining on site at the time. No mapping was done at the time of the site investigation due to weather and time constraints. The site map is based on NATO maps and the recollections of UNEP personnel. None of the military vehicles at the Pale Quran barracks had been hit by the ordnance. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 99. 7. Pale Quran barracks. 52-600. Banja Luka Sarajevo. Malinci. Highway. S. Surface soil sample W. Water sample. Special studies of endpoints. 1 gamma spectrometric measurement. Area searched by online survey. Building. 52400 S. 11. W. Watchtower. S. 4852 200 305 200. To Pale Town. 05400. 0. 250. 500 meters. 05600. 05800 grid, UTM 34 TCP. Map approximation. Samples taken included. 2 surface soil samples to a depth of 5 centimeters, 1 water sample, stream, no bioindicators, no air filter samples. Findings. General contamination. No increased radiation was found other than 6. A westward view of the site. Contamination spots created by cesium-137, Chernobyl fallout. Measurements of radiation. Conditions for detecting contamination, penetrators and fragments were favorable. During online and random surveys, the total gamma and beta radiation was continuously measured by the SRAT and inspector instruments. Background gamma radiation in the areas was 0.04 to 0.08 microsieverts/H and the beta radiation background 0.1 CPS. Enhanced gamma radiation was encountered at 6 spots, all of them beneath drain pipe outlets of buildings that had survived the bombing. Gamma radiation on these spots was up to 0.2 microsieverts/H. Gamma spectrometric measurements performed on 2 of the spots revealed that the enhanced gamma radiation was caused by cesium-137, fallout from the 1986 Chernobyl accident. The equivalent uranium concentration at these spots was about 2 mg U/kg. 100 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. Penetrators, jackets and localized points of contamination. No penetrators, fragments or contamination points were found. However, it is not impossible that penetrators and fragments exist in the area, but these would be buried deep in the soil. Soil samples. 2 surface soil samples were taken from different parts within the fenced site. As there were no indications of impact points on the surface, samples were taken from randomly distributed places over the site surface. No indication of dew contamination was found. Uranium concentration in the samples was in the range 2.6 to 3.1 mg/kg of soil. These values are in the normal range of natural uranium concentration in soil. The measured isotopic composition of the uranium was indicative of natural uranium. Although the site had been attacked during the conflict, no presence of dew was found. Water samples. 1 sample was collected from a stream. The uranium concentration was very low and there was no indication of dew. Residual risks. It is unlikely that any residual risks exist at this site. There is no enhanced gamma or beta radiation and no dew contamination was found on the ground surface. Need for mitigation, recommendations. No evidence or indication was found that dew had been used on this site. Neither is there any reason to believe dew was used in the area. Therefore, no specific recommendations relevant to dew are necessary. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 101. 7.10 Vogoska Ammunition Production Facility, October 20, 2002. NATO Ref. non-www.nato.int link, NATO Unclassified, CM, 2001, 43. Coordinates. 34 TBP 89,300, 65,100. Target. The Vogoska Ammunition Production Plant. The ammunition production capabilities. Number of rounds. Unknown. Area. Divided into 2 areas. Front, smaller section is an operational factory with civilian staff. Back, much larger area, with restricted access, not an active part of the factory and heavily destroyed. Investigated surface area. The investigated area comprised 400 meters by 800 meters of the former ammunition production area, which represented the bulk of the facility at the time of attack. 2 smaller areas along the road leading to the test range at the far end of the site were also investigated. The full site is roughly 5 kilometers in length. Town/population. The nearby town of Vogoska has a population of 18,000. No residential community is located in the immediate vicinity of the facility, but a small area at the front is operating with an unspecified number of employees. Other information. The site, located just north of Sarajevo, can almost be considered a suburb. It is a very extensive, long, site, in a narrow valley, and was heavily hit. The water going through this site also feeds the water supply for Vogoska and possibly Sarajevo. The rear end of the facility contains a former ammunition test range. 13,000 staff worked at the facility during the conflict, only 400 were present at the time of attack. Site description and general information. The site is a former ammunition production facility. Prior to the war, this complex was one of largest ammunition production plants in this part of the world, with over 13,000 employees. The plant is situated in a narrow valley along the Vogoska River, see map. It occupies a 5 km long area, with factories in the south and storage bunkers along the river. The northern end of the site. This extensive facility once employed over 13,000 people. 102. 102 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. Vogoska Ammunition Production Plant. 68,000. Banja Luka Sarajevo. B. 1. S. 900 800 700. 67,000 66,000. S. Surface soil sample W. Water sample B. Botanical sample. 1 gamma spectrometric measurement. Area searched by online survey. Area searched by random survey. Tree. Building. Contour line. 65,000. S. Water treatment plant. B. W. 700. 1,000. 800. See detailed map. 64,000. 288,000. 0. 500. 289,000 1,000 meters. 290,000. 291,000 grid, UTM 34 TBP. Contains a former test range for ammunition. According to local sources, the plant was heavily bombed by A-10 planes during the conflict. Almost all the factories, workshops and bunkers were destroyed. Ammunition in different phases of production was strewn all over the area. Today, only the hard surfaces have been cleared of unexploded ordnance, the rest is inaccessible. The site in its entirety is filled with broken equipment and building materials. The exposed bedrock at the site consists of shale. Otherwise, the ground is covered by soil. The Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, FB, authorities, as well as the current facilities director, were of the belief that munitions had also been used as the site had been attacked by A-10 planes. However, A-10 aircraft are also frequently used for bombing. Field investigation. Due to its large size, the search focused on 4 different areas. Online survey investigation was done partially near the operational area accessible to local staff, and fully near the bombed factory, workshops and bunkers, limited access areas, see the detailed map, and at the test range. Random surveys were also done with inaccessible buildings and on bridges. Random surveys were also conducted on sections of the road leading to the test range, for example at the water treatment plant. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 103. 7. Vogoska detailed map. 65 465 200. S. Surface soil sample W. Water sample B. Botanical sample and air filter position. Special studies of endpoints. Berm. Area searched by online survey. Building. Tree. 65,000. 23-1. 4. A. S. 85S6B7. A. W. BW. 9. 10. S. 1211. 0. 100. 200 meters. 4 864 800 288 800. 89,000. 89,200. 89,400. 89,600 grid, UTM 34 TBP. All surveys, with the exception of those on the test range, were restricted to roads and other areas with hard surfaces. On-site analysis of lightning rods showed no radioactivity. Samples taken included 5 surface soil samples to a depth of 5 cm, 2 water samples, 1 stream and 1 from a former water treatment plant, 4 bioindicators, lichen, bark, moss, mushroom, 2 air filter samples, 9 smear samples, tape, of which 1 was studied under Appendix J. Findings: General contamination. No contamination was detected by the field measurements, which means that any contamination on the surface was less than 10% of the reference level, or less than 1 gram Du/M2 assuming superficial deposition on the ground but nevertheless 90% absorption. Measurements of radiation. Conditions for detecting contamination, penetrators and fragments were favorable. During online and random surveys, total gamma and beta radiation was continuously measured by the SRAT and inspector instruments. The background gamma radiation was 0.02 to 0.05 microsieverts/H and the beta radiation background was 0.1 CPS. 1 gamma ray spectrometric measurement was performed on soil. The concentrations of natural radioactive elements were, equivalent uranium 0.9 mg U/kg, thorium 232 3.8 mg Th/kg and potassium 1.1% K. A slight contamination by cesium-137 could be detected, fallout from the 1986 Chernobyl accident. 104 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. Special studies of possible decontamination of surfaces were done by measurements of gamma and beta radiation carried out at 16 locations, on metal, concrete and wood surfaces. In the main part of these locations beta radiation did not exceed 0.3 CPS, while 2 locations were in the range 0.31.0 CPS. Penetrators, jackets and localized points of contamination. No penetrators, fragments or decontamination points were found. However, it is not impossible that penetrators and fragments exist in the area, but if so they are situated within inaccessible parts of the site or buried deep within the soil. The many lightning rods throughout the site were used to prevent the live ammunition from being struck. Soil samples. 5 surface soil samples were taken from different parts inside and outside the fenced area of the former ammunition factory at Vogošća. As there were no indications of impact points on the surface, samples were taken from randomly distributed places over the site surface. No indication of decontamination was found. The uranium concentration of the samples was in the range 1.6 to 2.0 mg/kg of soil. These values are in the normal range of natural uranium concentration in soil. The measured isotopic composition of the uranium was indicative of natural uranium. Water samples. 2 water samples were collected, one from a stream coming from the water reservoir, and the second directly from the water reservoir. The water flowing through the site is believed to feed the water supply of Vogošća and Sarajevo. The uranium concentration was very low and there was no indication of depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Water collected from the former water treatment plant showed no indication of 105. 7. Botanical samples. The results indicate that there was no presence of air samples. 2 air samples were taken. Samplers were placed in open areas close to where staff work. No dew was detected in air. The air resuspension factors for this site were found in the range 5.3-5.7, 10 to 10 meters -1. Heavy metals. High concentrations of chromium, 280 to 408 mg/kg, and nickel, 179 to 330 mg/kg, were recognized in all selected soil samples from this site. The target values for these metals, based on the Dutch target and intervention values for soil, were exceeded by several factors. Moreover, in most of the samples the intervention values were already reached. Based on these results, a future detailed assessment of the situation concerning heavy metals at this site could be considered. For further information, see Appendix K. Most buildings were completely destroyed during the attack. Residual risks. It is unlikely that any residual risks exist at this site. There is no enhanced gamma or beta radiation and no DU contamination was found on the ground surface. Need for mitigation, recommendations. No evidence or indication was found that DU munitions had been used on this site. Neither is there any reason to believe DU was used in the area. If any evidence appears that DU armaments were used for the attack on the Vogoska ammunition production plant, it is recommended that new investigations be carried out to find and clear any DU contamination that may constitute a health risk. However, such an investigation cannot be performed before the site is cleared of unexploded ordnance. Unexpected high concentrations of chromium and nickel were measured in the soil samples taken. The levels would indicate the necessity of assessing the situation concerning heavy metals in detail. This would allow the whole site or areas of it to be registered as a contaminated site, leading to possible government restrictions on future activities and all cleanup. 106. 106 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. 7.11 Ustikolina Barracks, October 21, 2002. NATO Ref. non-www.nato.int link, NATO Unclassified, CM, 2001, 43. Coordinates. 34 TCP 19,800, 28,500. Target. Storage bunkers and 1 barrack. Number of rounds. Unknown. Area. Long and narrow valley. A newly built prison is now on site. Access is not restricted, but due to the mine situation few civilians come through. Investigated surface area, 2,000 meters by 150 meters. Town/population. The population of the on-site prison is 25. The population of Ustikolina is 2,600. Site description and general information. The site is a former Serb ammunition storage and barracks area roughly 2 kilometers long and situated in a deep valley along the Potok stream. Within the site are many remains of bunkers and storage buildings destroyed during the war. The FBI authorities believe that DU munitions may possibly have been used. A newly built FBI prison is now on the site, housing some 25 people. Along the valley, on both sides, are minefields that have not yet been cleared. Therefore, the investigation was restricted to the hard surface of the dirt track along the stream, the concrete slabs of former buildings, and the open spaces at the prison. The bedrock of the area is exposed on the sides of the valley and on the dirt track and consists of shale and flysch. The soil is brown, with a mixture of clay, sand and stones. A new prison is now located on the site which was formerly used to store ammunition. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 107. 7. Ustikolina. 29000. Verbica. S. 1. 28500. 600. 700. 28000. 4827 500. 700 600. Banja Luka Sarajevo. W. S. Prison. WB. Milikovac. S. Surface soil sample. W. Water sample. B. Botanical sample and air filter position. 1. Gamma spectrometric measurement. Border of minefield area searched by online survey. Tree building contour line. Ustikolina. S. Odzak. 319,000. 19,500. 20,000. 0. 250. 500 meters. 2,500. 21,000 grid, UTM 34 TCP. Field investigation. The road surface was searched by online survey. Random surveys were carried out along some of the destroyed bunkers and around the existing prison and garden. Samples taken included 3 surface soil samples to a depth of 5 cm, 2 water samples, 2 tap, 1 bioindicator, lichen, no air filter samples. Findings. General contamination. No contamination was detected by the field measurements, which means that any contamination on the surface was less than 10% of the reference level, or less than 1 gram due/m2 assuming superficial deposition on the ground but nevertheless 90% absorption. 108. 108 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. Measurements of radiation. Conditions for detecting contamination, penetrators and fragments were favorable. During online and random surveys, total gamma and beta radiation was continuously measured by the SRAT and inspector instruments. Background gamma radiation was 0.06 to 0.12 microsieverts/H and background beta radiation was 0.1 CPS. At the end of the dirt track, 1 gamma ray spectrometric measurement was performed on soil. The concentrations of natural radioactive elements were, equivalent uranium 2.1 mg U/kg, thorium 232 5.7 mg Th/kg and potassium 1.6% K. No special studies of gamma and beta radiation were made. Penetrators, jackets and localized points of contamination. No penetrators, fragments or decontamination points were found. However, it is not impossible that penetrators and fragments exist in the area, but if so they are situated within inaccessible parts of the site or buried deep within the soil. Soil samples. 3 surface soil samples were taken from different areas. As there were no indications of impact points on the surface, samples were taken from randomly distributed places. No indication of decontamination was found. The uranium concentration of the surface soil samples was 2.5 mg/kg of soil. This is a value in the normal range of natural uranium concentration in soil. The measured isotopic composition of the uranium was indicative of natural uranium. A close look at holes in the ground surface. Water samples. 2 tap water samples were collected from taps serving local spring water, the uranium concentrations of which were very low, 2.7 mg/L. There was no indication of dew. Botanical samples. A lichen sample was collected from a tree near a small vegetable garden in front of the prison. There was no indication of dew. Residual risks. It is unlikely that any residual risks exist at this site. There is no enhanced gamma or beta radiation and no decontamination was found on the ground surface. Need for mitigation, recommendations. No evidence or indication was found that DU munitions had been used on this site. Neither is there any reason to believe DU armaments were used in the area. Therefore, no specific recommendations relevant to DU are necessary. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 109. 7. 7.12 Foka Bridge, Srbija, October 21, 2002. NATO Ref. non-www.nato.int link, NATO Unclassified, CM, 2001, 43. Coordinates. 34 TCP 20450, 20480. Target. Bridge. Number of rounds. Unknown. Area. Small bridge on the outskirts of the town. A local Republika Srpska prison is located nearby. Investigated surface area, 150 meters by 150 meters. Town/population. The population of Foka, Srbija, is 23,000. Other information. The bridge has been repaired since the conflict. Part of the riverbank on the eastern side was filled in with cracked limestone and soil. Site description and general information. The site is located at the edge of the town of Foka, Srbija, and includes a bridge spanning the Drina River that was bombed and destroyed during the war. It is suspected that DU munitions may have been used. The bridge was repaired after the war and vehicles can now freely use it. The surrounding abutments were restored, with the land at the eastern abutment filled in by stones, gravel and sand. Any potential penetrators in this area would have been completely covered. Field investigation. The riverbanks, top and bottom, on both sides of the river were searched by online survey. As the water level was low, it was possible to search parts of the riverbed below the bridge. An online survey was also completed on the bridge. The bridge near Foča, Srbinj, spans the Drina River. 110. 110 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. Foča Bridge, Srbinj. Samples taken included 2 surface soil samples to a depth of 5 cm, 1 water sample, tap, 1 bioindicator, lichen, 1 air filter sample. Findings. General contamination. No contamination was detected by the field measurements, which means that any contamination on the surface was less than 10% of the reference level, or less than 1 gram Du/M2 assuming superficial deposition on the ground but nevertheless 90% absorption. Measurements of radiation. Conditions for detecting contamination, penetrators and fragments were favorable. During online and random surveys, total gamma and beta radiation was continuously measured by the SRAT and inspector instruments. Background gamma radiation was 0.05 to 0.06 microsieverts/H and background beta radiation was 0.1 CPS. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 111. 7. Special studies of possible decontamination of surfaces were done by measurements of gamma and beta radiation carried out at 16 locations, on metal, concrete and wood surfaces. In most areas, beta radiation did not exceed 0.3 CPS and at only one location was it in the range 0.3-0.5 CPS. Penetrators, jackets and localized points of contamination. No penetrators, fragments or decontamination points were found. However, it is not impossible that penetrators and fragments exist in the area, but if so they are situated within inaccessible parts of the site or buried deep within the soil. Soil samples. 2 surface soil samples were taken from both sides of the bridge. As there were no indications of impact points on the surface, samples were taken from randomly distributed places. No indication of decontamination was found. The uranium concentration of the samples was in the range 2.6 to 3.1 mg/kg of soil. These values are in the normal range of natural uranium concentration in soil. The measured isotopic composition of the uranium was indicative of natural uranium. Water samples. 1 tap water sample was collected in a nearby restaurant. No indication of dew was found. Botanical samples. A sample of lichen was taken in front of the prison. No indication of dew could be found. Air samples. 1 air sampler was placed in the open field near the bridge. No dew was detected. The air resuspension factor for this site is 1.5 10 to 9 meters -1. Residual risks. It is unlikely that any residual risks exist at this site. There is no enhanced gamma or beta radiation and no decontamination was found on the ground surface. Need for mitigation, recommendations. No evidence or indication was found that DU munitions had been used on this site. Neither is there any reason to believe DU armaments were used in the area. Therefore, no specific recommendations relevant to DU are necessary. Special surface contamination studies were undertaken at 16 locations both near and on the bridge. 112. 112 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. 7.13 Kalinovic Water Reservoir, October 21, 2002. NATO Ref. non-www.nato.int web link, NATO Unclassified, CM. 2001, 43. Coordinates. 34 TBP 93,330, 20,570. Target. Water reservoir, pumping station. Number of rounds. Unknown. Area. Open area on hilltop used for grazing. Small cemetery nearby. Investigated surface area, 150 meters by 200 meters. Town/population. The population of Kalinovic at the base of the hill is 3,500. Other information. Altitude 135 meters. The site was probably mistaken for a military site, but could have been a gun or radar position. Access is completely unrestricted and open. Site description and general information. The site is situated on a hill about 1 kilometer northwest of Kalinovic town center. 2 structures remain from the water reservoirs that were destroyed. The surrounding area is pastureland. A small cemetery is located at the edge of the site. The Free authorities believe that ammunition was possibly used on this site. The entire hill is soil covered. Boulders show that the underlying bedrock consists of limestone. Field investigation. The area around the water reservoirs was searched by online survey. Random surveys were carried out around and immediately behind the former water pumping station. No mapping was done at the time of the site investigation due to time constraints. The site map is based on the recollections of UNEP personnel and photographs. The destroyed water reservoir was most likely mistaken for a bunker. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 113. 7. Kalinovic Water Reservoir. S. 2575. Water Reservoir. 2550. Banja Luka Sarajevo. Cemetery. S. Surface soil sample W. Water sample. Area searched by at random survey. Area searched by online survey. Building. W. 4820 525. 293 300. 93 325. 93 350. 0. 12.5. 25 meters. 93 375. Grid, UTM 34 TBP. Map approximation. Samples taken included. 1 surface soil sample of 5 cm, 1 water sample, from the small stream running off from the reservoir, no bioindicators, no air filter samples. Findings. General contamination. No contamination was detected by the field measurements, which means that any contamination on the surface was less than 10% of the reference level, or less than 1 gram due/m2 assuming superficial deposition on the ground but nevertheless 90% absorption. Measurements of radiation. Conditions for detecting contamination, penetrators and fragments were favorable. During online and random surveys, total gamma and beta radiation was continuously measured by the SRAT and inspector instruments. Background gamma radiation was 0.050.06 micros/H and background beta radiation was 0.1 CPS. Special studies of possible decontamination of surfaces were done by measurements of gamma and beta radiation carried out at 2 locations, on metal and concrete surfaces. In all of these locations beta radiation did not exceed 0.3 CPS. 114. 114 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. Looking down onto the town of Kalinovic from the top the water reservoir. Penetrators, jackets and localized points of contamination. No penetrators, fragments or decontamination points were found. However, it is not impossible that penetrators and fragments exist in the area, but if so they are situated within inaccessible parts of the site or buried deep within the soil. Soil samples. Only 1 surface soil sample was taken due to time constraints. As there were no indications of impact points on the surface, the sample was taken from a flat place in a meadow near the position of the ruined target. No decontamination of soil was found. The uranium concentration of the surface soil sample was 4.5 mg/kg of soil. This is a value in the normal range of natural uranium concentration in soil. The measured isotopic composition of the uranium was indicative of natural uranium. Water samples. One water sample was collected from a runoff stream coming from the remains of the water reservoir. The uranium concentration was very low and there was no indication of due residual risks. It is unlikely that any residual risks exist at this site. There is no enhanced gamma or beta radiation and no due contamination was found on the ground surface. Need for mitigation, recommendations. No evidence or indication was found that due munitions had been used on this site. Neither is there any reason to believe due armaments were used in the area. Therefore, no specific recommendations relevant to due are necessary. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 115. 7. 7.14 Kalinovic Ammunition Destruction Site, October 21, 2002. Nadaref. None. Coordinates. 34 TBP 91660, 18330. Target. None. Number of rounds. None. Area. This is a large, open area in a rugged, rocky part of the landscape. Difficult of vehicle access, but not restricted. Investigated surface area, 300 meters by 300 meters. Town/population. The population of Kalinovic town, some 3 kilometers away, is 3,500. Other information. French SFAR uses the site for the destruction of ammunition, unexploded ordnance. There are many large karst holes in the area and some of these have been used for the destruction of the ammunition. Altitude 1025 meters. Site description and general information. The site is situated on plain about 3 kilometers southeast of Kalinovic town center and is used for the destruction of ammunition, unexploded ordnance. The site was investigated as it was thought feasible that mine-clearing teams could have collected penetrators and fragments and potentially included them among the ammunition and unexploded ordnance destroyed here. UNEP investigated whether this was true and if any remaining due penetrators were to be found on the site. The site is comprised of several small and large karst holes. Some have been used for the destruction of ammunition, unexploded ordnance by placing the items at the bottom of the holes and then detonating them. The area is usually cleared of the larger pieces of scattered ammunition. However, some unexploded grenades could still be found and the area was not considered safe. This hindered the search for due inside the karst holes and surveying was limited to the perimeter of the holes. The large karst holes in this area are used to detonate ammunition. 116. 116 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. Kalinovic ammunition destruction site. The bedrock of the area is exposed limestone outcrops. The soil layer is thin and is made up of red laterite. Field investigation. The site was fully searched around the karst holes by online survey. Samples taken included 2 surface soil samples to a depth of 5 cm, 1 water sample, bottom of karst hole, 1 bioindicator, lichen, no air filter samples. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 117. 7. Findings. General contamination. No contamination was detected by the field measurements, which means that any contamination on the surface was less than 10% of the reference level, or less than 1 gram due/m2 assuming superficial deposition on the ground but nevertheless 90% absorption. Measurements of radiation. During online surveys, total gamma and beta radiation was continuously measured by the SRAT and inspector instruments. Background gamma radiation was 0.04 to 0.08 microsieverts/H and background beta radiation was 0.1 CPS. The conditions for detecting contamination, penetrators and fragments were favorable. Gamma spectrometric measurements were made on red lateritic soil at the locations of the soil samples. The concentration of the natural radioactive elements were, at BP 91586/18312, equivalent uranium 1.9 mg U, kg, thorium 232 11.4 mg Th, kg and potassium 0.7% K, at BP 91,714 18,346, equivalent uranium 1.7 mg U, kg, thorium 232 13.1 mg Th, kg and potassium 0.7% K. Special studies of possible DU contamination of surfaces were done by measurements of gamma and beta radiation carried out at 4 locations, on metal, concrete and wood surfaces. In all of these locations beta radiation did not exceed 0.5 CPS. Penetrators, jackets and localized points of contamination. No penetrators, fragments or contamination points were found. If penetrators had been among the ordnance destroyed, they would have been scattered all around the karst holes and have remained on the ground unless picked up during site cleaning. Soil samples. 2 surface soil samples were taken from different parts of the site. As there were no indications of impact points on the surface, samples were taken from randomly distributed places. No presence was found of DU in soil. The uranium concentration of both surface soil samples was 3.1 mg/kg of soil. This is a value in the normal range of natural uranium concentration in soil. The measured isotopic composition of the uranium was indicative of natural uranium. Water samples. A sample of water was collected from the body of water at the bottom of one of the karst holes. Although the uranium concentration was higher than that found in the sample collected at the Kalinovic water reservoir, there was still no indication of DU. Botanical samples. A lichen sample was collected from a rock by a crater. No indication of DU was detected. Heavy metals. The soil sample NuCO 2031002 showed high contamination of zinc, 1,900 mg/kg, arsenic, 90 mg/kg, cadmium, 6 mg/kg, and lead, 1,000 mg/kg. The target values for these metals, based on the Dutch target and intervention values for soil, were exceeded by several factors. Moreover, in most of the samples the intervention values were already reached. 118 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. The other soil sample, NuCO 2031003, showed an indication of contamination by heavy metals of the neighboring environment. The water sample also showed heavy metals contamination. The overall picture from this analysis suggests a detailed assessment be carried out concerning the heavy metals present at this site, the more so since it is situated in a karstic region and might be the source of streams and rivers supplying drinking water. For more information see Appendix K. Residual risks. It is unlikely that DU penetrators were among the ammunition, unexploded ordnance that was destroyed. There was no enhanced gamma or beta radiation and no DU contamination was found on the ground surface. Online survey was completed with care to avoid any UXO. No increased radiation was detected. Need for mitigation, recommendations. It is unlikely that DU penetrators were among the ammunition, UXO that was blasted at the investigated site. However, the whole site was not fully investigated due to its size and the danger of unexploded ordnance. Thus, it is possible that in some places penetrators and fragments may exist. It is not advisable to destroy DU penetrators by blasting them and this situation should be avoided. With respect to heavy metals, the site should be further investigated and possible mitigation considered. It is recommended that such sites be placed in a restricted environment and away from any water sources. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 119. 7. 7.15 Bielasnoka Plateau, Ammunition Destruction Site, October 22, 2002. Nadaref. None. Coordinates. 34 TBP 61,950, 42,420. Target. None. Number of rounds. None. Area. High plateau with pine forest cover. Investigated surface area, 300 meters by 600 meters. Town/population. The population is limited to 3 houses located approximately 2 kilometers below the plateau. Civilians leave the area during the winter season. Other information. Altitude 220 meters. The site is unguarded, but not easy of access, and is situated at some distance from any large population. A number of craters have been formed due to explosions, and others have been filled in. Ammunition destruction was stopped a few weeks before the UNEP investigation as villagers below the hillside began to complain about poor water quality and health problems. They linked this to the ammunition destruction activities. Site description and general information. The site is situated on the Bielasnoka High Plateau. SFAR and the Ministry of Civil Protection have used this site for the destruction of ammunition, unexploded ordnance by blasting. A number of craters have been formed as a result, some of which have subsequently been filled in. Some 220 tons of unexploded ordnance have been destroyed here. The site was investigated as it was thought feasible that mine clearance teams could have collected penetrators and fragments and potentially included these among the munitions destroyed. UNEP investigated whether this was true and if any remaining penetrators were to be found on the site. Craters have been created for the destruction of ammunition on this remote site. 120 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. Bielasnoka Plateau. 42,800. S. Surface soil sample B. Botanical sample. Special studies of endpoints. Area searched by online survey. Crater, excavation or karst hole. Tree. 42,600. Dirt track. Banja Luka. Sarajevo 1. 2. 42,400. 3B. S. 4. Area affected by blasting of ammunition. S56. 4 842 200 261 800. 62,000. 0. 50. 100 meters. 62 200 grid, UTM 34 TBP. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 121. 7. Several karst holes are situated in the area, 2 are close to the site where the ammunition was blasted. The area was cleaned of scattered pieces of ammunition after blasting. However, some fragments were still spread around the area and the craters were not considered safe. This hindered the search for presence inside the crater holes. The bedrock of the area is limestone exposed in several outcrops. The soil is brown-red laterite. Field investigation. The area around the craters was searched by online survey. Samples taken included 2 surface soil samples to a depth of 5 centimeters, 2 water samples, 1 from a drinking fountain, and 1 from a stream some distance from the site. 1 bioindicator, lichen, no air filter samples. Findings: general contamination. Lichen was readily available on site. No contamination was detected by the field measurements, which means that any contamination on the surface was less than 10% of the reference level, or less than 1 gram Du/M2 assuming superficial deposition on the ground but nevertheless 90% absorption. Measurements of radiation. During online and random surveys, total gamma and beta radiation was continuously measured by the SRAT and inspector instruments. Background gamma radiation was 0.050.06 micros/H and background beta radiation was 0.1 CPS. Special studies of possible contamination of surfaces were done by measurements of gamma and beta radiation carried out at 6 locations, on metal, concrete and wood surfaces. In all of these locations beta radiation did not exceed 0.3 CPS. Penetrators, jackets and localized points of contamination. No penetrators, fragments or contamination points were found. If penetrators had been among the blasted ordnance, they would have been scattered all around the karst holes and have remained on the ground unless picked up during site cleaning. Soil samples. 2 surface soil samples were taken from the ammunition destruction site. As there were no indications of impact points on the surface, the samples were taken from 2 different places near the craters, one from the north, and the other from the south. No presence of dew was found in soil. The uranium concentration of the surface soil samples was in the range 1.7 to 2.6 mg/kg of soil. These values are in the normal range of natural uranium concentration in soil. The measured isotopic composition of the uranium was indicative of natural uranium. Water samples. Both water samples were collected at locations along the road leading uphill from the village of Ovik to the site. One sample was taken from a drinking fountain that supplies spring water and the other from a stream. Uranium concentrations were very low and there was no indication of dew. However, none of the samples are likely to contain water from the destruction site. 122. 122 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Site-specific findings. Botanical samples. One lichen sample was taken from a tree in front of one of the craters. There was no indication of dew in the sample taken. Heavy metals. In both samples from this site, NuCO 2035001 and 002, a high contamination of copper, in the range of 200 mg/kg, zinc, 461 650 mg/kg, and lead, 290 to 600 mg/kg, could be measured. The situation is similar to the one mentioned above for the Kalinovic ammunition destruction site, 7.14. However, what is alarming in the results for this site, in addition to the lead contamination, is the very high copper concentration in the samples taken. For more information see Appendix K. Residual risks. It is unlikely that dew penetrators were among the ordnance that was blasted. There was no enhanced gamma or beta radiation and no dew contamination was found on the ground surface. Need for mitigation, recommendations. It is unlikely that dew penetrators were among the ammunition, UXO that was blasted at the site. However, all of the site was not fully investigated. Thus, it is possible that in some places penetrators and fragments could exist. It is not advisable to destroy dew penetrators by blasting them and this situation should be avoided. With respect to heavy metals, the site should be further investigated and possible mitigation should be considered. It is recommended that such sites be placed in a restricted environment and away from any water sources. 7.16 The box of dew penetrators. One of UNEP's tasks was to investigate the history and location of the box containing dew penetrators, fragments and jackets, casings originally located at the former Hatsisi tank repair facility site, C7.1. Workers at the site informed UNEP that the box had been collected by SFAR in the spring of 2001 and they believed that it had been taken to one of the SFAR camps. Despite numerous inquiries, additional information concerning the location of the box was not forthcoming from SFAR, local workers or the authorities. The box of retrieved dew munitions by SFAR. However, continuing investigations led UNEP to believe that the box could have been taken to one of the ammunition destruction sites and duly destroyed. Field investigations at the 2 sites mentioned by the authorities, C7.14 and 7.15, showed no indication of dew. The mystery surrounding the box continued until a meeting was held at NATO headquarters in Brussels in November 2002. As the box represented a potential health risk, the situation concerning its unknown whereabouts, contents or its disposal was raised with NATO officials who advised that they would look into the matter. Shortly thereafter, NATO indicated by fax that in April 2001, the Multinational Division, North, collected dew held by multinational divisions, with the aim of transferring it to U.S. national facilities outside of Bosnia and Herzegovina for disposal. The transfer was completed at the end of April 2001. This note confirms that the box was officially removed from the country and is no longer a risk consideration for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 123. Appendix A. Risk assessment. A.1 The concept of risk. Risk is a word which is frequently used, yet holds a variety of different meanings. At times, it can imply the probability of occurrence of an event that is understood to be unpleasant or detrimental, such as the risk of getting the flu. Everyone knows what flu implies and is mainly concerned with the risk, that is the probability, that they will get it. Another meaning relates more directly to the consequence of an event or situation. For example, in response to the question "What are the risks of radiation?" a typical answer from the non-scientific community might be getting cancer. Alternatively, in saying that the radiation risk of a given situation is small, it is usually meant that the radiation doses, and therefore the health consequences in terms of the number of adverse effects, are likely to be small. A third meaning, and perhaps the most appropriate one, is a combination of assessment of probability and consequence used to guide the choice of an appropriate response to a given situation. For instance, if one is judging whether information on an approaching flu epidemic should change travel plans, both the probability of catching the flu, and the likely consequences of doing so, are taken into account in the decision-making process. For this report, the second meaning of risk is the dominant one when used in connection with a given event, situation or scenario. If probability is also included in the judgment, then the third meaning is used. To complicate things further, an additional factor is the difference between actual risk and the notion of risk. This is a highly complex issue that will not be developed in detail here. However, it is clear that scientific quantification of a given risk has to be expressed comprehensively, so that the risk can be conceived in a way that favors appropriate judgment and responses. In a report such as this, it is important that the quantification of a given risk remain as objective as possible. One possible way of judging the consequences of radioactivity levels is to compare findings and measurements with natural levels, given limits and standards, in addition to so-called action or intervention levels, levels above which action is deemed necessary. Through such comparisons, it should be possible to express the risk as small, significant, or large, having in mind the basis for comparisons. However, technical comparisons alone are not enough to justify decisions and responses. Relevant economic and social factors must also be considered, as well as the probability of occurrence. In this report, the possible radiological and toxicological consequences, from the chemical toxicity of events in a given scenario are often dealt with in terms of possible intake of DO by ingestion and inhalation, as well as possible external exposure to radiation from DO. In the case of radiation risks, the consequences could also be expressed as radiation doses, quantified as effective committed dose or annual effective dose. The name of the unit is sievert, SV, usually expressed as millisieverts, MSV or 10-3 sievert, or microsieverts, microsieverts or 10-6 sievert. The comparisons are made with 124. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Natural levels of radiation and intakes of uranium, limits of radiation doses to the public, so-called action levels for an existing contamination or radiation situation, doses that are considered to be trivial, and, with doses that are expected to give deterministic effects. These values are given in Appendix O data on uranium. In the case of chemical risks, the consequences are expressed as resulting concentrations of uranium in air, water and food and as intake by inhalation and ingestion. Comparisons are made with natural concentrations and intakes, with limits and hygiene standards for water, air and food, as well as with concentrations that are expected to give acute biochemical effects in humans. Again, these values are provided in Appendix O. Risk assessment. A.2 Methods of risk assessment. The method of risk assessment used and the precision of the assessment should be adjusted to the assessment's objective. If the objective is to estimate the consequences of an event as close to the real conditions as possible, it is necessary to use realistic models, parameters and input data. This translates as special requirements in terms of accuracy and quality of measurements and assessments. If, On the other hand, the objective is to verify the existence or non-existence of radiation or radioactive, chemically toxic pollutant above a level that is of concern due. In this case, more approximate models may be applicable as long as the assessments are based on conservative assumptions and the models do not underestimate the consequences. If, by chance, the result of a given assessment is ambiguous or close to the level that would trigger concern, a more precise assessment is advisable. Any assessment will, in some way, be faulty. This is particularly true for those based solely on models. It is therefore always necessary to supplement the theoretical assessments with practical measurements if a high degree of accuracy is needed. A.3 The application of the risk assessment methods to BIH. The objectives of the mission to Bosnia and Herzegovina are defined in Chapter 3. Measurements and collection of samples were planned to support the subsequent risk assessments while keeping in mind the theoretical results given in the October 1999 UNEP, UNCHLS Balkans Task Force, BTF, report. A preliminary assessment. Assessments in that report were based on conservative safety assumptions with regard to conditions of exposure to DU, but with realistic assumptions about the resulting doses and chemical effects. Some of the theoretical results were ambiguous and the resulting consequences in some parts of the assumed scenario were close to levels of interest from a health viewpoint. More sophisticated models did not help in this case due to poor input data. In this report, as well in UNEP's 2001 Kosovo and 2002 Serbia and Montenegro reports, the scenario described in the 1999 theoretical assessment is used as the reference case. The assumed activity levels are translated to corresponding measurement results by calibration and used as input data in the comparison with measured ground contamination. The method is described below. In the Kosovo and Serbia and Montenegro reports, it was concluded that the measurement values corresponding to the reference case were well above the level detectable with the field instruments chosen. Thus, zero results imply a sufficient margin of safety before thresholds of possible concern from a health viewpoint are reached. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 125. In the 1999 theoretical assessments of the health consequences in various scenarios, conservative assumptions were often used and the time during which the DU had been in the ground at a given stage was not relevant. However, the quality and presence of DU in a defined part of the environment may have changed over the years due to the corrosion of DU penetrators, dispersion in ground, new or reuse of the ground, for example construction building, farming, assuming the same initial contamination of penetrators and DU dust. The results of the gamma measurement of the cesium measurements may, accordingly, be different as a contamination spotchen of time. Therefore, any quantitative conclusions of the initial amount of DU in the area must be made with caution. However, in the interpretation of the measurement results in terms of risk to people, the same relations apply as in the reference case. In particular, the conclusions of zero measurement results would not be affected. Therefore, the method of assessment is applied to the use of the reference case, also for the current situation in B roughly 7 years after the 1994-95 NATO strikes. As DU is the same as natural uranium in many respects, and all results up to now indicate very low concentrations of DU in the ground, it appears appropriate to make comparisons with natural uranium in the assessments of radiological and chemical consequences. Theoretical environmental dispersion models are used only exceptionally because of insufficient measurement data and knowledge of the local geochemical and geohydrological properties. A.4 The application of the reference case in the risk assessments. The reference case from the UNEP DU Dusk Assessment Report, 1999, is defined as follows. It is assumed that an attack includes 3 aircraft and the total DU used in the attack is 10 kilograms. The target is one or several vehicles and the area affected by the subsequent DU contamination is 1,000 square meters. The impact of DU on soldiers and civilians in the vehicles and on the affected area during the attack is not specifically considered. The chemical and radiological impact during the attack is probably small as compared with the consequences of explosions and fire. However, The survivors may have been seriously exposed to depleted uranium, in addition to the consequences of explosion and fire. Most of the dust that is caused by explosions and fire is assumed to settle on the ground within the area of 1000 square meters. It is assumed that someone very close to the target at the time of attack would, for a short time, be instantaneously exposed to the dew dust cloud, which probably has a very high dew concentration. 100 mg dew/m3 air is assumed. After some time people may enter the area, which will then be cultivated. By entering the area, people cause resuspension of dew dust in the air, breathe contaminated air, are contaminated by touching objects in the area, and are externally exposed from solid dew pieces of the ammunition on or in the ground that are picked up. Some of the dew will be dissolved in water in the ground and contaminate the groundwater that serves a nearby well. Some animals will graze in the area, be contaminated and eventually be used as meat and contaminate people. By dispersion, a small part of the dew dust will, in the long term, be spread over larger areas. 126. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Risk assessment. From these conditions, possible exposures were estimated. These referred to the situation that might have occurred in the time shortly after the attack. In that respect, the conclusions are still valid. At the time of the October 2002 mission to BE, over 7 years had elapsed since the end of the military conflict. Rain and snow would have partly washed away the superficial ground contamination, there may have been some dew corrosion and migration into the groundwater may have been contaminated, people would have, in different ways, disturbed the environmental conditions by moving contaminated soil, objects, etc. The chief purpose of the UNEP mission was to assess the situation from both short and long-term perspectives based on the current situation. Due to the length of time lapse since the conflict, many of the possible exposures which occurred in 1994-95 could not be investigated and are irrelevant for the purposes of this report. Table A.1 summarizes the changes concerned. Issues of interest. The inclusion of same in the second column does not mean background radiation at most sites was within normal ranges. That the risks are quantitatively the same as in 1994-95, but that the means of exposure are the same and have to be considered in the risk analysis. The 8 means of exposure to date, and their subsequent consequences, are described below. If the consequences as described in the reference case are ambiguous or close to limits, standards, or any other value of relevance, the actual values of contamination at the visited sites at the time of visit, that is October 2002, must be at least a factor of 10 below the reference case values. The reason for this is that one should be certain that the contamination does not exceed any limits or standards, or that the consequences are of no concern. Table A.1 Comparison of possible means of dew exposure in 1994-95 and from late 2002 onwards. Means of exposure in 1994-95. Means of exposure from late 2002 onwards. A. Solid pieces of dew picked up. Same. B. Inhalation of resuspended dew. Same. C. Soil in mouth. Same. D. Contaminated hands. Same. E. Contaminated water. Same. F. Contaminated food. Same. G. External radiation. Same. H. Activity spread over large areas. Same. I. Rounds that pass through or menace the target and might contaminate groundwater. Same. The risks refer to A, or E. J. Instantaneous inhalation of dew dust after an attack. Not applicable. K. Surface contaminated vegetables. Not applicable. L. Open wounds. Not applicable. Items A, H, are discussed in order of appearance in section 8.5. Items I, L, are not discussed here. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 127. 8.5 The risks in the reference case. Comparisons to natural levels, limits etc. refer to Appendix O data on uranium. All radiation doses refer to pre-teenage boys, 7-12 years, which means that the doses to children less than 1 year old may be up to 5 times higher per unit of intake. In practice, the doses to very young children are less than this due to lower intake. The dose to adults is 2 times lower than that to pre-teenagers per unit of intake. The means of exposure, A.H., refer to Table A.1. A. Solid pieces of DU picked up. The only significant external exposure may be by beta radiation. The gamma radiation is very weak and alpha radiation cannot penetrate the skin layer. The surface radiation dose rate is about 2 mSv/h. If a piece of DU is placed in a pocket, the beta radiation is somewhat reduced, 50% reduction is assumed. The exposed skin area will therefore be quite small. By keeping a piece of DU in a pocket for several weeks, it might be possible that the skin dose will exceed values corresponding to the limit for the public, 50 mSv/year, and workers, 500 mSv/year. It is not feasible that there will be any deterministic effects, skin burns, even though the skin dose might be high. The gamma radiation may give a radiation dose to tissue close to a piece of DU kept in a pocket. The gamma dose rate at different distances from a penetrator containing roughly 300 grams DU has been measured and the approximate dose rates are shown in Table A.2. Considering 0.1 meters as the closest distance of significance, it would need more than 1,000 hours of continuous exposure until the organ dose approached the natural annual gamma radiation dose to that organ. Table A.2 External gamma dose rate from a DU penetrator, 300 grams DU. External dose rate, microsieverts/h, 2.70.850.25. Distance from the penetrator, m, 0.050.10.2. Another means of exposure in picking up a piece of DU, such as a penetrator, is contamination of hands from loose activity on the surface of the penetrator. Smear tests have shown that less than 10 mg of DU is lost, which might be a good indicator of possible hand contamination from touching a penetrator. The subsequent possible intake into the mouth would be more dependent on bad hygiene than intentional ingestion. Therefore, the probable intake would be 10 to 100 times less than 10 mg, that is 0.1 to 1 mg of DU. An intake of 10 mg would lead to a value of about 7 microsieverts, which is an insignificant dose. An intake of 10 mg DU is considerably above generic standards for daily intake, WHO, 1998, but less than the corresponding annual intake. If the intake is 100 times less, it approaches the WHO limit. Acute heavy metal toxic effects from uranium might occur if the amount of intake is higher by a factor of 10 times or more than 10 mg. See the 1999 UNEP DU Dusk Assessment Report. Penetrator fragments can be easily picked up. 128. Post-conflict environmental assessment. The conservative estimation of risk lies in the assumption of an intake of 10 mg DU. If a penetrator is heavily corroded, there is a risk that in picking it up the hands will be contaminated with more than 10 mg of DU. Assuming very bad hygiene, the highest probable intake would be 1 gram of DU, compare point, C, below, which would result in radiation doses up to 1 mSv effective dose, but would lead to acute heavy metal toxic effects. Furthermore, if the penetrator is placed in a pocket and subsequently removed, there is a risk of contamination of the pocket. Consequences would include continuous exposure of the skin under the pocket, although less than with a penetrator in the pocket, a repeated contamination of the hand every time it is put into the pocket, followed by a risk of ingestion and internal contamination. The radiological consequences would be repeated exposures of less than 1 mSv each day, which is an unacceptable scenario, particularly from the toxicological point of view. Risk assessment. The overestimation of risk lies even more in this case in the assumption of an intake of 1 gram of DU. the probable intakes would be expected to be much less than 1 gram. Another risk of exposure from a heavily corroded penetrator is by inhalation. One has to be careful in handling such a penetrator to avoid corroded DEW from becoming airborne. Inhalation of 10 mg of DEW might lead to significant doses, greater than 1 mSv. The conservative estimation of risk lies in the assumption that the corroded DEW is easily airborne and that the amount of inhaled DEW is 10 mg. B. Inhalation of resuspended DEW. In the reference case, it is assumed that 10 kg DEW is spread over 1,000 square meters, that is 10 grams/m2. Through wind action, walking around in the area, or digging etc., dust from the ground may become airborne and be inhaled. All DEW is assumed to be present in the form of small particles, less than 10 micrometers, and to be in the form of insoluble oxides, type S, which are only slowly cleared from the lungs. DEW is mixed with soil on the ground and, for the purpose of assessment, it is assumed that a soil layer 1 mm thick includes all the DEW contamination, all of which will become airborne dust. With the assumption of 10 kg DEW spread over 1,000 square meters, the top 1 mm of soil in this area contains 1 cubic meter of soil, weighing 1,500 kg. The DEW concentration in the dust will therefore be 6 micrograms DEW per 1 mg dust. Normal dust concentration in outdoor air is 50 micrograms/m3 and under very dusty conditions may reach 5 mg/m3, which would result in DEW concentrations of 0.3 micrograms/m3 and 30 micrograms/m3 of DEW respectively. From a toxicological point of view, these levels are lower than or within the range of given hygiene standards for chronic exposure. A 2-hour stay in a dusty area, such as a field being plowed, with a respiration rate of 1 cubic meter per hour, would lead to an intake of 60 micrograms of DEW, corresponding to an effective dose of 7 microsieverts. Even a continuous stay night and day for a year under the dustiest of conditions would not lead to a dose of more than a few tens of mSv. Normal dust conditions would result in a dose that is 100 times less, that is of the order of 0.1 mSv per year. The heavy metal risks are, in all cases, insignificant. The conservative estimation of risk lies in the assumptions that all DEW is breathable, of type S, see Appendix O, and that all DEW is distributed in the upper first of soil. If, for instance, the measurements should indicate that the DEW, if any, is distributed to a depth of 10 centimeters. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 129. Instead of 1 mm, the radiation doses would again be 100 times less, a few microsieverts per year, with the same area of deposition, 10 kg over 1,000 square meters, which is insignificant. C. Soil in mouth. The concentration of DEW in soil is assumed to be 6 mg DEW, G soil, see above. At most, 1 gram of soil is assumed to be ingested, leading to an intake of 6 mg DEW, which corresponds to an effective dose of 4 microsieverts. Acute heavy metal toxic effects from uranium might occur with amounts roughly 10 times higher than this. The same conclusions can be drawn in the case of a contamination point containing decontaminated soil or sand. The overestimation of risk lies in 2 assumptions. 1. In the general case, DEW is assumed to be distributed in a 1 mm thick layer of soil. If it is found to be thicker, the corresponding doses are proportionally smaller. 2. In the case of a contamination point, the conservative estimation of risk lies in the assumption that someone, a child, would dig soil out of the hole and eat it, a low probability. D. Contaminated hands. Hands can be contaminated by touching contaminated objects, clothes etc. The risk then lies in ingesting any contamination during meals, etc. However, as in the case of contamination from a penetrator, c.a., the intake is further dependent on poor hygiene than intentional ingestion, which is more or less the case of soil in mouth, case E. Therefore, the amount is assumed to be 10 to 100 times less than in case E, with the doses correspondingly less, that is less than 1 microsievert. This corresponds with no risk of any acute heavy metal toxic effect, although it may be close to the tolerable daily intake, TDI, WHO, 1998. With the same corrected assumptions described above, there is no special overestimation of risk. Contaminated water. Contamination of drinking water may result from migration of soluble uranium to the groundwater that serves as a water reservoir for small private drinking water and/or irrigation wells or large drinking well water fields. Due to the complexity of DEW mobility in the soil, a valid risk assessment estimation of the short and long-term impact to the groundwater from the DEW contamination can only be meaningful once a number of interrelated factors has been investigated and evaluated. 1. Initial ground surface contamination, as well as any penetrators buried at each site. The contribution to the total load of uranium to the groundwater will naturally depend on the amount of DEW ammunition per m2. 2. Information is required on the geochemical and hydrological properties of the relevant soil in order to estimate the rate of oxidation, adsorption, solubility and transport of dissolved DEW to the groundwater. Some data and discussion of uranium behavior in natural environments is provided in Appendix D DEW in soil and Appendix E DEW in water. 3. Quantitative information is required on the water mass balance including the yearly rainfall, the surface runoff, evaporation and transevaporation in order to evaluate the potential for transporting DEW to the groundwater. 4. In order to evaluate the potential impact of DEW on groundwater quality, the measurements from potential affected areas must be compared with natural background levels of 130. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Uranium in water and in the soil, rock through which the water is passing. A number of measurements of uranium in drinking water and in soil in non-affected DEW contaminated areas were made in BH. The arithmetic mean of U238 in water is 4010 to 5 mg/L, 0.4 micrograms/L, and in soil 3.34 mg/kg. These values calculate the relation between the concentrations in water compared to the one in soil to be 10:4, considering that this value might be valid for naturally occurring uranium. To make a first approximation of the risk to groundwater, it is necessary to base the calculations on assumptions which are conservative in nature in order to minimize the possibility of underestimating possible short and long-term health problems. At the same time, the calculations should not be unrealistic in order to avoid raising unjustified concerns and all recommending unjustified mitigation measures. From the radioactivity viewpoint, U-238 is the radionuclide of concern for groundwater, and theoretical calculations indicate that this will still be so even after 1000 years. In the reference case, it is assumed that 10 kilograms of DEW is spread over 1000 square meters. Assuming 3 meters depth to the water table, the total volume of soil that might be contaminated by dissolved DEW will be 3000 cubic meters, which is about 5000 tons. In this amount of soil the natural uranium content will be 17 kilograms, corresponding to the measured water uranium concentration of 4010 to 5 mg/L water. 10 kilograms DEW over this area would mean an increase of about 60% and a corresponding increase of uranium in drinking water assuming DEW behavior is the same as natural uranium. The uncertainty is the solubility of DEW compared with that of natural uranium. If it is more soluble, the uranium concentration in water will increase by more than 60%. The maximum number of penetrators fired at any specific site within BH was 400, representing 720 kilograms of DEW. The areas affected were of a maximum size of 800 by 400 meters, that is 300 times the reference area. This would lead to a roughly 15% increase of uranium in drinking water, if DEW behaves like natural uranium. The reference case in the assumption of the contamination by uranium through rainfall is based on a yearly dissolution of 10%, 1 kilogram, of DEW ammunition and washing out to the groundwater. Stream water is sampled near Hadzici barracks. This DEW assessment report reveals that this reference case is not realistic as been Traders are now known to corrode completely within 25-35 years. A linear approach results in the corrosion of penetrators buried in the ground of about 3 to 5% per year. It is now also shown that the corrosion products are not very soluble in the surrounding soil conditions found. Assuming that 1% of the corrosion products could be dissolved and transported down by rainwater to the groundwater, it would still have to be taken into consideration that 20% is capillary water and will not contribute to the replenishment of the groundwater, and the surface runoff, evaporation and transevaporation result in approximately 30% of rainfall reaching the groundwater. Risk assessment. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 131. In a single year, the rainfall is approximately 0.5 meters, leading to a total of 500 cubic meters over the reference area of 1000 square meters. About 150 cubic meters could therefore reach the groundwater each year. This volume, in the reference case, if not absorbed by the soil, could carry 3 grams of dew. Assuming a groundwater reservoir, aquifer, of 1000 cubic meters, this would lead to a contamination of this aquifer of 3 micrograms/L per year. The WHO guideline value of 2 micrograms/L would then be exceeded. Field instruments helped identify radioactive sources. These levels were not measured in pH, indicating that adsorption to the soil takes place, resulting in a reduced mobility of dew by a number of decades. The contribution to the total load of uranium to the groundwater will naturally decrease or increase if the amount of dew ammunition per M2 varies from the reference case. Another conservative element is the assumption that the size of the catchment's area for rainwater to the groundwater reservoir. The reference case is limited to the soil column immediately below the affected ground surface. It is more likely that the catchment's area is larger, leading to a lower concentration of uranium in the water. It is shown that the only risk for groundwater contamination is the composition of the soil in which the penetrators remain. In BIH, none of the investigated sites had a greater specific ground contamination, G2 per M2, in average than in the reference case. In addition, by comparing natural uranium levels in drinking water, values vary for groundwater from 0.0001 to 0.014 mg/L, and SEER, 1993, with exceptionally high values, for example in Finland, of up to 10 mg/kg in some drinking water. In comparisons with these, the normal values of uranium in drinking water at the places visited in Bihalo. Conclusion. If the amount of dew dispersed over an area of approximately 1000 square meters is much less than 10 kilograms, the reference case, depending on the composition of soil, it is improbable that there will be a problem with dew contamination of drinking water. Contaminated food. Over 7 years after dew ground contamination, there may still be an intake of dew, although very small, through ingestion of contaminated food, assuming that there is some cultivation on site. This may be from vegetables, fruits, etc. which are contaminated indirectly by root uptake of dew, or from milk and meat from animals that have eaten contaminated plants and soil. These long-term consequences can be assessed in comparison with natural levels of U-238. With regard to the contamination of plants, and then meat, by root uptake, the following relationship can be used, UNSEER, 2000. 35 becquerels/kg soil of U-238 leads to a total intake from food and water of 5.7 becquerels of U-238 per year, resulting in an effective dose of 0.25 microsieverts per year. The contribution from U-234 is about the same. In dew, the relative activity of U-234 is only 20% of that in equilibrium, and the resulting dose from dew in the ground with 35 becquerels/kg soil of U-238 and 7 becquerels/kg soil of U-234, corresponding to 3 mg uranium, kg soil, will accordingly be 0.25 plus 0.05 equals 0.3 microsieverts per year. 132. Post-conflict environmental assessment. 10 kilograms do spread over 1,000 square meters and distributed in a soil layer 10 centimeters deep, a reasonable assumption from the measurements in Kosovo, is assumed to be available to plant roots. This corresponds to a concentration of 70 mg do, kg soil, 870 becquerels/kg, if the density of soil is 1,500 kg/m3 and will result in an effective dose by ingestion of 7 microsieverts per year. The corresponding toxicological risks are insignificant. An uncertainty is the DU uptake factor. Natural uranium has a plant soil concentration ratio of 10:4 to 10:3. The low resulting dose caused by ingestion, about 10 microsieverts/year, will allow more than 100 times more effective root uptake for DU than natural uranium before the doses begin to be significant. Risk assessment. If, at some location in BIH, the DU ground contamination is as in the reference case and remains very close to the surface, the uptake by animals may be substantial, mainly by consumption of soil. A large animal may consume up to 0.5 kilograms of soil every day. If the DU contamination in this case is distributed in a soil layer only 0.5 centimeters deep, the worst case is the consumption of 0.5 kilograms of this layer, corresponding to about 0.1 square meters contaminated ground. This implies a daily consumption of 1 gram of DU by the animal, which is most likely unhealthy for the animal. People eating the meat, and drinking milk from cows, will probably be exposed to a higher intake than the tolerable daily intake, TDI. The radiation doses will be less than 1 microsievert per day from such meat or milk consumed. The underlying assumptions are very conservative for this particular case. However, it can be concluded that grazing animals should be kept away from, potentially, contaminated areas, at a level corresponding to the reference case, where contamination is still close to the surface. Conclusion. If the ground contamination is at the level of the reference case and distributed to a depth of at least 10 centimeters, there is no problem from either chemical or radiological viewpoints. In the case of close surface contamination of the same order of magnitude, some mitigation measures might be discussed. If the contamination level is less than 10% of the reference case, no problem exists. G. External radiation. The same deposition is assumed, that is 70 mg DU, kg soil over 1,000 square meters. Natural uranium, 3 mg/kg soil, in the level of equilibrium that exists in soil, gives 17 Ng per hour or an effective dose of 0.02 millisieverts per year, corrected for N or occupancy 0.8 and conversion factor SV, G of 0.7. The gamma radiation from DU is only 0.8% of that of natural uranium. Therefore, the resulting dose from 10 kilograms DU over an area of 1,000 square meters would be 0.02 over 3, x 70 x 0.008 millisieverts per year equals 4 microsieverts per year. The theoretical assessments of external radiation from DU is given in an appendix of the 2002 Serbia and Montenegro report, UNEP, 2002, using a computer code RESRUD6. Conclusion. If the ground contamination by DU is the same as in the reference case, or even increased by a factor of 10, the external radiation will not be a problem to the local population. H. Activity spread over large areas. A wider dispersion than assumed in the reference case means a larger area than assumed and all possible consequences in terms of individual doses will decrease proportionally. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 133. A.6 The reference case and corresponding measurement values. Field beta measurement. The assessments are made assuming the reference case as defined in the October 1999 UNEP DU Desk Assessment Report, UNEP/UNCHS, 1999. By calibration, the following relations apply. Measurements carried out using the inspector instrument. See Appendix C. Methodology and Quality Control. A. Sensitivity of detection. No absorption. 10 kilograms do/1000 square meters equals 10 grams/m2 equals 100 milligrams/dm2 gives 120 cps. Absorption. With dew covered by dust, grass etc., there is only slight absorption. Assuming 90% absorption, the readings will consequently be reduced by a factor of 10 and will probably not underestimate the surface contamination. This means that in the 10 kilograms/1000 square meters from the reference case gives 12 cps. B. Detection limit. Surface contamination. Random survey at Lukovica site. The detection limit is dependent on the sensitivity and the background of the instrument. With the instrument used, the background with normal natural background radiation is 0.11 cps using the counter-8 meter. The detection limit is defined as double background, that is 1 cps. Assuming no absorption, which might be true for a short time after the initial contamination, the limit of detection would be 1% of the reference case or 100 milligrams do/m2 equals 1/240 becquerels/m2 corresponding to 1 cps, net. Assuming some absorption, 90%, the limit of detection would be 10% of the reference case or 1000 milligrams do/m2 equals 12.4 kilobecquerels/m2 corresponding to 1 cps, net. The activity is distributed in a soil layer 10 cm deep. The reference case signifies surface contamination of 10 kilograms do/1000 square meters or 100 milligrams do/dm2. If the activity is evenly distributed to a limited depth of 10 cm, the activity in the upper layer will be detected with a field beta measurement. 1 mm efficient depth is used in the assessment. 1 mm corresponds to about 150 milligrams/cm2 leading to about 60% absorption of the beta radiation. In the 1 mm layer there is 1/100th of the total activity, that is 1 milligram/dm2 equals 12.4 becquerels/dm2 equals 1/240 becquerels/m2 corresponding to 0.5 cps with 60% absorption, which is just below the detection limit with field beta measurement. 134. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Risk assessment. Conclusion. If the activity is evenly distributed in a soil layer 10 cm deep, not less than a factor of 2 to 5 times the activity of the reference case can be detected, that is not less than 20 to 50 kilograms do/1000 square meters or 20 to 50 grams do/m2 or 200 to 500 milligrams do/dm2. If the activity is distributed in a deeper layer of soil, the detection limit is proportionally higher. If the activity is covered with thick layer of leaves, dust or soil, nothing will be detected. The contribution of the gamma radiation from dew is still minor, about 1% of the natural background. Soil sample measurement sensitivities. The overall sensitivity for detecting dew in a soil sample is dependent on the uncertainties of the laboratory analyses and measurements, and on the uncertainties of the natural background content of uranium in the sample. Background measurements show that the overall uncertainty, variation, for each individual team member and site is around 10%, 1. Using the ratio R equals U235/U238 by weight as an indicator of dew, see Appendix O. Data on uranium, the samples containing dew can be identified. If the detection limit of dew in a sample is defined as 20% above the average background value, and the background is measured to be 20 becquerels U238/kg soil, the detection limit would be 4 becquerels dew, kg soil. By 20% the R value is clearly dew indicative. Assuming the reference case activity is distributed to a depth of 10 cm means 70 mg dew, kg soil or 830 becquerels U238/kg soil. 4 becquerels dew, kg soil means 0.005 or approximately 1% of the reference case, or 0.1 grams due/m2. Conclusion. In laboratory measurements, the limit of detection is 0.01 of the reference case or 0.1 grams due/m2. 1 penetrator, right, and 2 penetrators still fixed in their jackets. The left penetrator has partly moved from its position in the jacket. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 135. 8.7 Summary. The results of the risk assessments are summarized in Table A.3. Table A.3 The risks from different sources and means of exposure. Means of exposure: inhalation, soil in mouth, contaminated hands, contaminated, water, food, external radiation. Source of exposure: radchem, penetrators etc., greater than 30. Na. Ins. Ins. Na. Ins. Na. Contamination. Spots. Na. Ins. Ins. Na. Ins. Na. 10 grams U/kg soil. Ground/surface. Contamin. RCNs. Ins. SNs, SS. On surface and ins. Ins, SS. 10 centimeters layer. Na. Ins. Na. Ground/surface. Count. Equals 0.1 RCNs. S. S. Na. On surface and 10 ins. S. Na. CM layer. Ground/surface. Count. Equals 0.01 RCNs. Na. On surface and 10 ins. Na. CM layer. Comments. A significant S level of exposure or risk does not mean that at that level there are major adverse consequences such as serious illness. On the contrary, at the levels given above there would still be large margins before an unconditionally unacceptable situation was reached. However, by surpassing these levels there should be a degree of concern, since it might be justified and necessary to do something about the situation, at least in the long run. In the case of insignificant INS levels there is no reason whatsoever to be concerned. Explanations. Rad equals chem equals greater than 30 equals S equals. Not equals INS equals S equals. RC equals on surface equals in 10 centimeters layer equals. Radiological aspects. Chemical toxicity aspects. Greater than 30 penetrators may approach a significant level of exposure when number of penetrators increases or the potential exposures increase by other reasons not applicable. Insignificant levels of exposure, risk, less than 1 mSv, less than WHO standards, guidelines. Significant levels of exposure, risk, greater than 1 mSv, greater than WHO standards and close to acute risks. Reference case equals 10 kilograms due/1000 square meters equals 10 grams due/m2. The contamination is superficial in the upper of the ground surface. The contamination is distributed in the upper 10 centimeters of the soil layer. 136. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Appendix B. Prerequisites and limitations. B.1 The objectives. B. The objectives of the mission define the minimum work requirements to be completed, see Chapter 3.1. Some of the tasks were performed during the field mission to Bosnia and Herzegovina. B. Others were completed in laboratories following the mission, and some through the publication of this report. In short, all of the mission's objectives were met. Prerequisites. Evidently, by setting certain objectives, other tasks had to be excluded by default. The consequences are summarized as follows. Not all places were visited. NATO air attacks during which DU ammunition was used are known for 10 locations in BiH, although only 5 of these sites are identified with full coordinates. 4 of these confirmed sites were investigated by UNEP, as one of the sites was inaccessible due to the heavy presence of anti-tank mines leading to the site. During investigations, the sites were surveyed for DU contamination and some of the penetrator fragments and jackets found were removed. Others were covered in soil. The sites investigated are assumed to be representative for all DU sites. If the results of the mission had varied significantly, it would have been very difficult to make any truly representative conclusions. However, where the results from each site were broadly similar, particularly those related to possible environmental contamination, general conclusions could be drawn. The criteria for site selection applied by the UNEP team are further described in Chapter 3.3. NATO, SFAR authorities had investigated the sites earlier. Since 1999, significant efforts have been undertaken in the Balkans region by international expert teams with NATO support in order to localize and measure contamination from DU on the ground, see www.nato.in web link. Those teams covered a range of sites that stood under SFAR troop jurisdiction. Dose rate measurements were conducted and, in some cases, different environmental samples such as soil and water were taken. These were analyzed in detail mainly by gamma spectrometric measurements and other chemical parameters. The teams essentially detected no risk from DU at the sites. Some of these previously examined sites were also subject to the UNEP assessment presented here. NATO had previously been involved in limited cleanup activity at an unspecified time to remove loose DU contamination, that is penetrators and jackets, from the ground surface at one of the sites visited during the UNEP mission, the former Hadsisi tank repair facility, see www.nato.in web link. These previously undertaken and important cleanup activities would impact the UNEP assessment in terms of achieving a complete overall scientific picture of contamination at a specific site. Limited access. In ensuring the safety of the team, the main concern was the risk of mines and unexploded ordnance, UXO, that were still present in many of the sites investigated and adjacent areas. Sometimes the risks of UXO and minefields limited the extent of investigations. To improve safety, UNEP was advised by its own security advisor as well as the local Mine Action Center, MAC. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 137. B. Food measurements. The only reliable and scientifically correct way to make general conclusions on food safety would be to collect and measure representative food baskets from markets. However, the sites investigated are either restricted military sites or pastureland and not used for arable agriculture, with the exception of Jeljugovici, which had a small crop of apple trees. From earlier assessments it is concluded that it is very unlikely that contamination of food would be a problem or concern. It would be easy, however, to undertake such collection and measurement in the future in order to confirm this conclusion. No people were measured and no health examination. Until an extensive and credible health examination program is implemented, it is probable that rumors and suspicions about the health implications of DU exposure will persist, irrespective of statements to the contrary. Due to the lack of a proper cancer registry and reporting system, claims of an increase in the rates of adverse health effects stemming from DU cannot be substantiated. The question of health studies has been taken up by the WHO in the report Depleted Uranium, Sources, Exposure and Health Effects, WHO, 2001. The WHO undertook an assessment of the information on cancer in B. See Appendix L. B.2 Possible consequences of a 7-year delay. Potential exposure. In the UNEP's report of October 1999, the potential effects on human health and the environment arising from possible use of depleted uranium during the 1999 Kosovo conflict, a preliminary assessment, it was recommended that further measurements should be organized, with highest priority given to finding fragments of DU, heavily contaminated surfaces and other hot spots. DU fragments, heavily contaminated objects and loose contamination should be collected and removed. Authorized personnel should undertake this work under controlled conditions. Any collected DU should be stored in safe conditions under the responsibility of a designated authority. At contaminated sites, signs should be posted to forbid public access. Access by grazing animals should be curtailed using fences. Local authorities and people concerned should be informed about the results. A program of measurements, countermeasures and waste disposal should be developed. These recommendations had not been implemented at any of the sites visited by UNEP. Since the countermeasures had not been undertaken, and not all site coordinates are known, risks of exposure to DU remain today. The consequence of changed conditions for the mission. Over the 7-year period between the military conflict and the UNEP mission, the conditions for finding DU had changed significantly. A possible scenario and its consequences are described below. 1. Penetrators and DU fragments on the ground surface could be covered by soil, grass and/or other organic matter. If these are covered by several cm of soil, field measurement instruments cannot detect the solid DU. 138. Post-conflict environmental assessment. 2. Penetrators and DU fragments on the ground surface were taken away by members of the local population and/or by military personnel. Consequently, the mission would not find these objects. 3. Soil, grass and/or other organic material cover ground surfaces contaminated by DU dust. If the ground surface is covered by several of soil, DU will not be detectable by beta field instruments. 4. DU dust originally dispersed over a specific area has been moved by wind, rain and/or melting snow. If the dust was displaced by wind, contamination would be dispersed over large areas and therefore diluted to a degree that the mission would be unable to detect it. Displacement of DU by rain or melting snow would result in dispersion into the ground. However, DU is expected to remain in the top layer of surface soil, for example usually 10 cm and less than 15 cm. Contamination would then be found through soil sample analysis. 5. If the ground surface is composed of concrete or asphalt, that is hard surfaces, DU dust would likely have been swept away a certain distance and been absorbed by adjacent soil or be carried into a ditch, stream or river. Soil contamination would be found through soil sample analysis. Due to dilution, contamination of ditch, stream or river waters would be low and below the detection limits. 6. Contaminated vehicles were removed and their locations remained unknown. B. Prerequisites. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 139. C. Appendix C. Methodology and quality control. C.1 Strategies. UNEP's strategy for site selection was initially based on NATO information concerning the strike coordinates and target type for locations where a DU ordnance was fired, Appendix P. In addition to these NATO-confirmed sites, further sites were chosen based on information provided by local authorities, institutions and civilians during a fact-finding pre-mission which took place on 5 September 14, 2002. See also Chapter 3.3. During the subsequent mission planning stage, final decisions were made by UNEP on which sites to visit and on how to organize the work to reach optimal results. The selection of specific study areas and central matters of interest on each site, taking into consideration the mine and unexploded ordnance situation for each area, was prepared in Geneva and confirmed by the UNEP team upon arrival in the field. The fieldwork in Bosnia and Herzegovina, B, covered sites in both the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, FB, and the Republika Srpska, RS. The field mission in, B, had one significant difference to the previous missions. Roughly 7 years had elapsed since the military conflict and the subsequent environmental contamination of dew. In that time, dew might have been moved or removed, corroded, hidden by soil, leaves and grass, etc. This had to be kept in mind during planning, in the assessments and, particularly, in drawing conclusions from the results. The choice of specific study areas at each site was based on the following considerations: a. Presence of marks on the ground made by penetrators and or cluster bombs. B. Probable direction of the airstrike. C. Locations of former destroyed vehicles and gun emplacements. D. Drinking water sources and other nearby surface waters. E. Cleared from mines. Minimal risk of unexploded ordnance, UXO. F. Adjacent settlements and buildings. G. Information from local people about areas of probable interest, if possible, based on their own observations during the military conflict. H. Other points of particular interest from a scientific point of view, for example a variety of environmental conditions. The central matters of interest for each site were chosen based on the principle that the mission would concentrate on those areas where it was realistic to expect any evidence and or results to be available, and where it was possible for the mission to investigate given the mine and UXO situation. In line with this approach, certain matters of interest had to be excluded. For example, deeply buried penetrators could not be investigated due to the impossibility of undertaking major excavations. The main issues examined were a. Widespread and localized surface soil contamination, b. Penetrators, jackets on the surface, c. Penetrators, jackets covered only by grass or a thin layer of soil/sand/mud, d. Penetrators, jackets buried somewhat deeper in the ground, that is top 15 centimeters of soil, e. Contamination points/hotspots, contaminated penetrator holes, impact marks, f. Dew transport to deeper soil layers, g. Dew contamination of water. 140. Post-conflict environmental assessment. H. Dew presence in bioindicators, I. Dew contamination of air, resuspension, and j. Dew traces found within any buildings, etc. The specific areas investigated at each site are marked on the site maps contained in Chapter 7. The organization of the on-site work was dependent on the tasks to be fulfilled, available resources, safety and time. The strategy was to be as flexible as necessary, in order to maximize the results of the mission as a whole. To that end, short briefings were made upon arrival and in the middle of each site visit, usually around lunchtime, so that the organization of the work could be changed if needed. The UNEP team was organized in sub-teams to proceed as efficiently and competently as possible. These sub-teams included Field Survey Sub-Team, Soil Sampling Sub-Team, Air Sampling Sub-Team, Water/Vegetation/Bioindicator Sampling Sub-Team, Medical, Health Sub-Team. In addition, the team was supported at all times by the experts from the Mine Action Center, MAC, with the aim of giving the proper advice concerning the mine situation in certain areas of interest for a specific sub-team. Security was complemented by following strict orders from UNEP's own safety officer to be disciplined, observant and careful during site investigations. C. Methodology. C.2 Methods and Survey Techniques. C.2.1 General Overview. In choosing both methods and techniques, a major requirement is that these be suited to meet the objectives and strategies decided upon. They also have to match the mission's prerequisites and limitations, Appendix B. Furthermore, field instruments set the boundaries of the techniques that can be used. Methods and techniques must be adaptable to the specific characteristics of a given area such as a. Topography. Different techniques have to be applied, It is not possible to survey irregular or broken ground in the same way as a flat field, village, or garden etc. B. Surface conditions. In soft ground, uranium dust may have dispersed into the ground. A penetrator that has missed the target could easily have penetrated deep into the ground. There may be grass and other vegetation shielding the beta radiation etc., but soil sampling is possible and useful. With hard surfaces such as rock or concrete, there are different conditions and possibilities. Thus, methods and techniques have to be adjusted accordingly. C. Probability of finding DU at a given location. If it is known with relative certainty that DU has been used in a given area, then the field survey is conducted in a strict and systematic manner. In the other cases, the measurements are made more at random, based on visual observations or indications in suspicious areas. D. Presence of mines and unexploded ordnance. UXO, the only areas examined on site were those declared as safe, meaning that the area had been searched for mines and UXO. Without clearance from the mine experts, MAC, no sampling took place. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 141. C. C.2.2 Fieldwork. During the fieldwork, experts from the B Mine Action Center, MAC, accompanied UNEP. In certain cases where access to closed, restricted sites was necessary, UNSFA officer also escorted the team. Once on site, a short examination of the area was made. After a detailed briefing by the team leader, security advisor, scientific leader, technical leader and MAC expert, the choice of areas to be investigated and methods to be used was made. Generally, the soil and vegetation, water subteams began specific sampling procedures following visual observations and examination of the site in close cooperation with the MAC expert. Within the first hour on site, the air sampling sub-team installed air filter pumps and started air sampling for periods usually exceeding 4 hours. The remaining team members comprised the field survey sub-team and undertook survey measurements using the different techniques described in sections C.2.3 and C.2.4. The technical leaders had the responsibility of mapping the site area, based on positions obtained by Global Positioning System receivers, GPS. The accuracy of these positions was usually better than ±10 meters. C.2.3 Measurements in the field. Methods. For the radiometric measurements during surveys for DU, the following methods are applicable. A. Gamma radiation. For a gamma survey with the purpose of identifying radiation slightly higher than the background, the requirement is that, the instrument is sensitive enough to measure the gamma background, for example, Ni crystal detector with channel integrated total counts, it is relatively insensitive to varying gamma energies, it gives a quick response, a short time constant, to gamma radiation, it gives a sound signal the intensity of which increases with the radiation intensity, it is insensitive to the direction of radiation, it is insensitive to rain, humidity and temperature, down to 20 superscripto Celsius, it is robust but light. Gamma spectrometric differential measurements using, for example, solid-state detectors can give information on which radioactive gamma-emitting isotopes exist in the surveyed area. Such measurements can also be used to distinguish between natural occurring uranium and depleted uranium. However, gamma spectrometric measurements take several minutes to perform at each position. Therefore they are used to gain information on radioactive isotopes at spots of special interest. For example, solid-state detectors such as HPH detectors need cooling with liquid nitrogen. In the case of field measurements, such instruments can only be considered as complementary equipment for special measurements. However, if the background of natural radioactive elements, uranium, radium, thorium or potassium, is enhanced, gamma-ray spectrometric measurements are needed to distinguish between gamma radiation emitted from DU and that from naturally occurring radioactive elements or gamma radiation from contamination of cesium-137 fallout from the 1986 Chernobyl accident. The unit of measurement is not decisive, but units of CPS and micros/Yverts/H, or micrograys/H, are preferable. The instrument should meet the ordinary ISO standards, be well calibrated, and its normal background should be known. The gamma instrument is used to identify penetrators, other solid pieces of DU and HALI. 142. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Contaminated surfaces, that is hot spots. It is normally not sensitive enough to detect slightly contaminated areas, less than 10 becquerels/cm2. B. Beta radiation. Beta radiation field measurement instruments are normally of the GM, Geiger-Müller, or proportional chamber type with thin windows to permit beta radiation to enter the sensitive detection chamber. The efficiency is high for beta radiation energies above 0.5 MeV, about 30% up to 2 cm above a small source, the window of the beta instrument. C. The purpose of using a beta instrument is to discover surface contamination, contamination points, and penetrators, providing that none are covered by more than a thin layer of grass, leaves or dust. Otherwise, beta radiation will be absorbed and undetected by the instrument. The detection window should not be too small, a diameter of at least 5 cm is recommended. Methodology. When necessary, it should be possible to shield the window easily in order to measure gamma radiation only. For example, this may be required in order to determine whether the measured activity is superficial or at some depth. Without a shield, both beta and gamma radiation are measured. The instrument should be light but robust, give a quick response to beta radiation, give an audible signal which increases in power in line with radiation intensity, and should be insensitive to rain, humidity and temperature. The instrument, particularly the thin window foil, needs to be protected against dirt and dew contamination. Covering the instrument with a thin plastic bag easily accomplishes this and will not reduce the beta response by more than about 10%. The unit of measurement recommended is CPS, microsieverts/H or micro-R. H can be used in case of gamma measurements. The instrument should meet ordinary ISO standards and be well calibrated, CPS per BQ/cm2 for surface contamination or CPS per BQ for contamination spots or sources. C. Alpha radiation. Although DU emits alpha radiation, it is impractical to measure this radiation using field techniques as it is easily blocked by a thin layer of dust, grass, or similar. Furthermore, its range in air is of only a few cm. Resulting measurements would therefore be unreliable. Consequently, no alpha measurements were carried out. C.2.4 Instruments and equipment. Measurements of radiation in the search for DU penetrators and DU contamination. Because emitted gamma radiation from uranium in general and DU in particular is rather weak, Appendix O, a significant increase above natural background gamma radiation only occurs in the vicinity of intact penetrators or large pieces of DU, and where the ground surface has been heavily contaminated with DU dust. Even with a sensitive gamma meter based on scintillation, it is not possible to measure a significant increase in gamma radiation further than about 50 cm away from a penetrator lying on the ground, depending on the type of instrument used and the gamma ray background at the location in question. Beta radiation from DU is rather strong. About 50% of the beta radiation emitted during the whole of the uranium-238 series emanates from protactinium-234 meters. However, as the beta radiation is absorbed by air, the radiation from a penetrator or contamination of the ground decreases rapidly with distance. Thus, in order to measure the emitted beta radiation, the detector must be close to the object emitting the radiation. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 143. C. The range of alpha radiation in air is only a few cm, even less if the DU is covered by a thin dust layer or organic matter. For this reason, the detector must be held very close to the object, and it is therefore not practical to search for DU by alpha radiation field measurements. Instruments used. During the mission to B, 3 different instruments were used. The mission was supplied with gamma meters and beta counters rented from the Swedish Radiation Protection Authority, SSI. From the SSI, 15 scintillometers of type SAFIMUS-RAT S.P.P.2NF were used by UNEP for the measurements of gamma radiation. They were selected for the mission due to their high sensitivity, effective sound alarm and durability. The SAFIMUS-RAT S.P.P.2NF scintillometer is manufactured by Safimu Phy, Massy, France, SAFIMUS-RAT 1969. It is designed for uranium exploration in rugged conditions. The detector is a 1 by 1.5 inch, 15.2 cubic centimeters, NaITL, sodium iodide activated with thallium, scintillation crystal. The operation range for gamma radiation is 0.02 to 30 microsieverts. SAFIMUS-RAT scintillometers measure gamma per hour, microsieverts/H. The instrument has a built radiation inaudible alarm that gives a high signal. The threshold and the frequency of the sound alarm can be varied according to the strength of the radiation. The time constant for the sound alarm is 0.25 seconds. This RAT's unit of measurement is CPS, counts per second. Its size is 32 by 13 by 12 centimeters and the weight 3.6 kilograms. For beta measurements, 10 Geiger-Müller inspector instruments manufactured by Radiation Alert were used. Each team member was equipped with a SRAT and each group of 2 members used 1 or 2 inspectors. The inspector instrument is manufactured by SE International Incorporated, Summertime, TN 38483, USA, SE International Incorporated 1999. The detector is a halogen quenched Germuller tube of the pancake type that has an effective diameter of 45 mm. The detector window is covered by a mica foil, which is protected against damage by a metal net. The window has a diameter of 50 mm. It can be covered by a metal lid that, when used, only allows gamma radiation to reach the detector, with beta and alpha rays being unable to penetrate the lid. With the lid removed, the inspector measures gamma, beta and alpha radiation. Units of MES. Uriment are CPM, CPS, Mr., H or microsieverts/H. The instrument can be used in a direct reading mode or as a counter. The counting time can be set in the range 1 minute to 24 hours. A timer can be set at the desired counting time. The instrument is equipped with a sound alarm, which clicks for each. Inspectors can measure gamma, beta radiation event detected. The inspector measures and alpha radiation. 15 by 80 by 30 mm and weighs 272 grams. 144. Post-conflict environmental assessment. The inspector instrument was chosen for the field mission because of its high sensitivity to beta radiation due to the pancake GM tube and its rather large window. It is necessary to measure very close to the ground in order to detect beta radiation from dew on the ground or in the upper few millimeters of the soil. As a result, long-handled grippers designed for picking up litter, manufactured by Scanmotor as Denmark, were used for holding the instrument. As the inspector is not water resistant, it had to be placed in a plastic freezer bag to protect it from moisture. The bag also prevented the mica foil from being punctured by grass or twigs and blocked alpha rays as well. C. Methodology. UNEP also rented from SSI a gamma-ray spectrometer of the type Exploranium GR130G/BGO, which was brought on the field mission, manufactured by Exploranium Limited, Canada. The IAEA expert also provided the same type of spectrometer. These instruments are equipped with a 70 cubic centimeters large detector of bismuth germanate oxide, BiGO, which has much better resolution than instruments with detectors of sodium iodide, NaITL. The instruments weigh 2.6 kilograms, and they are not larger than an ordinary gamma meter that measures the total gamma radiation field. The spectrometers were used for in situ determination of the natural concentrations of uranium, thorium and potassium-40 in the bedrock and soils at some of the investigated sites. These measurements gave rapid information on the concentration of natural nuclides. It indicated whether any enhanced gamma radiation detected was caused by natural radiation or due contamination. They were also very helpful in detecting that some of the radioactive spots encountered were caused by cesium-137 fallout or americium-241 used as ionization sources on lightning rods to enhance their ability to attract lightning. The exploranium GR130G/BGO measures the gamma ray spectrum within an interval 0.1 to 3 MeV. The spectrum is divided into 256 channels. The counts received in each channel are shown on a display, but also given in a written form. As the energy of the gamma radiation emitted at decay of radioactive isotopes depends on the type of isotope, this is used to distinguish between isotopes. During measurements, the spectrometer was placed directly on exposed bedrock or on the soil layer. The measuring time used was 400 seconds. As there are usually disequilibria between uranium-238 and radium-226 in weathered rock and in soils, and as the radium-226 concentration is determined by measurement of the gamma emission of bismuth-214 at the 1.76 MeV peak, the results obtained did not represent the true uranium concentration, IAEA, 1979. Therefore, the result is given as equivalent uranium concentration, EU, comparing the measurements obtained to a situation when there is equilibrium between uranium-238 and radium-226. DU does not affect the spectrometer much when used in this mode as there is practically no radium-226 in DU. In practice, the spectrometer using this peak will indicate only the natural uranium content of the soil and not a possible DU contamination. As the gamma spectrometer for the determination of EU measures on the peak of by 114 at 1.76 MeV, it is therefore not influenced by pot 234 meters at 1 MeV. It is not possible to measure the 1 MeV peak of DU with a gamma spectrometer as the Compton slope is too dominant. Calibration. The instruments were calibrated and or tested for their response against sources with known activities of radioactive elements prior to the mission. The sapphimostrates were calibrated against sources of radium-226. 1 CPS corresponds to a gamma exposure rate of 0.002 microsieverts/H. The inspector instruments were calibrated for the beta response against A, 90 senior plus 90Y. Source with source strength of 432.6 becquerels. The response to DU in an area superficially contaminated by 1 mg DU per cm2 would result in approximately 120 CPS plus minus 24 CPS, when measured 1 cm above the surface. Thus, 1 CPS corresponds roughly to ground surface contamination of 0.01 mg DU per cm2 or 0.1 grams per m2. This is the approximate lower detection limit for the inspector instrument. The beta radiation measured at 10 cm above evenly contaminated. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 145. C. Ground is 40% of that measured at 1 cm above the surface. For beta radiation, the shielding effect of a plastic freezer bag around the inspector instrument results in a -5% reduction of the count rate. Calibration of the exploranium GR130G/BGO gamma spectrometer was made on the calibration pads for calibration of airborne gamma ray spectrometers at Borlänge Airport, Sweden. Upon calibration, the instrument was adjusted to withdraw the background caused by cosmic radiation at sea level. Techniques for surveying the sites. The objectives of the field measurements were to indicate and identify surface contamination, penetrators, and jackets. For such a purpose, measurements can be more quantitative than qualitative. During the UNEP's investigations in BiH, field survey techniques which had been successfully applied in the Kosovo and Serbia and Montenegro assessments were used. A method A, referred to in the report as lineup survey, means that the members of the team, most often 4-6 people, were lined up with 1-2 meters between each person. The group walked slowly forwards, maintaining their alignment with one another, while sweeping the instruments perpendicularly left and right to the walking direction at ground level in such a way that approximately all of the area was measured. The walking speed was 7 ± 2 meters per minute, depending on the terrain. B. This method, referred to in the report as qualified at random survey, involved sending out team members after a briefing on what to expect, how to conduct the survey and where to search, to make visual observations in combination with the search for radioactivity with instruments in the environment. This method is possible if the team members are highly qualified and experienced. C. Method C, referred to in the report as careful measurements, was often used to complement the measurements derived from Method A. It consisted of measurements made with the inspector beta, gamma instrument, involving careful removal of any covering of dust, grass etc., and measuring over a longer time period, to detect any possible shielded beta radiation from widespread contamination or from small surfaces of particular interest, for example corroded metal surfaces. D. This method, referred to in the report as individual survey, meant that single individuals or groups of 2 individuals conducted surveys by sweeping, as per Method A, in predetermined directions and areas. This method was used in very special circumstances when very little was known about the precise areas of a given site. Views on the instruments and the techniques used in the search for DO. The team confirmed the SRAT and inspector instruments to be well suited for the work carried out. The robust construction of the instruments made them easy to handle in the field without any special precautions. The SRAT's very short time constant and the loud audible signal made it possible to walk quite quickly over the study areas but to maintain good control over the slightest changes in radioactivity. In the search for radioactive objects, high sensitivity is preferred over measurement accuracy. One disadvantage of the instrument is that it is rather heavy. Not a single instrument failed during the mission. 146. Post-conflict environmental assessment. The inspector instrument proved to be quite good. It is light, has a fairly good alarm signal and is easy to handle, even for an inexperienced user. The plastic freezer bag protected the window foil well. Only one GM detector was punctured. There were no problems due to rain. The instruments were reliable in wet conditions, bearing in mind that special attention had been paid to ensure that the plastic bags covering the instruments had not been torn. The Exploranium GR130G/BGO gamma spectrometers were very useful. Without them, it would not have been possible to distinguish between gamma radiation from DO contamination and cesium-137 Chernobyl fallout. Concluding remarks on instruments. All 3 instruments used on-site in the field mission fulfilled the on-site requirements of the mission. C. Methodology. When searching for contamination, it is very important that the instruments are held close to the ground as the gamma radiation measured directly on a penetrator on the ground is 5 microsieverts/H, and decreases at a 10 cm to 0.8 microsieverts/H. At 20 cm to 0.3 microsieverts/H, and at 30 cm to 0.15 microsieverts/H. As the detection distance in the horizontal plane is rather limited, when searching for DO penetrators and fragments it is necessary to carry out the measurements in a very detailed manner so that no DO objects are missed. Penetrators and pieces of DO that are covered by more than 20 cm of soil or water are almost impossible to detect through their gamma radiation due to the shielding effect of these matters. At the sites investigated, the gamma and the natural beta radiation was low or very low as the bedrock consisted of limestone, dolomites, quartzite or slate with low concentrations of U, TH and K. Additionally, in every place where soil samples were taken, the local gamma dose rate at 1 meter above ground level was measured with a precise dose rate meter, ATOMS 6158 dB, with a measurement uncertainty of ±3%. The gamma dose rate at the sampling sites differed slightly due to different geological situations. The range of measured values was from 75 to 151 nanosievert per hour. These values can be regarded as normal background values. Low natural radioactivity gives increased possibilities of detecting and finding penetrators and contamination by dew, whereas, for instance, higher natural background will make it difficult or impossible to detect dew contamination. The fallout of cesium-137 was noticeable at Hanpijsk, but the gamma and beta radiation from cesium-137 was not so high that it hindered the search for penetrators and fragments. Other equipment. For the personal use of each team member, UNEP supplied blue overalls designed to protect personal clothing, a warm UNEP jacket and a blue UN cap. Further individual protective equipment was also available on request: disposable full-body overalls, rubber gloves, half masks, etc. Each team member was required to wear rubber gloves when picking up penetrators or jackets, and to wear rubber boots in the field, as it is possible to easily decontaminate them in case of contamination. Due to the team's similar dress attire, it was easy to distinguish them among any onlookers. The sampling sub-teams provided the necessary equipment to fulfill their tasks: soil sampling tools, air filter equipment, bioindicator, vegetation sampling tools, bags, filters, bottles, etc. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 147. C. Any additional and necessary equipment, for example paint to mark a hot spot or anything else of interest, was available for the survey sub-team. Based on the former UNEP dew assessments, in combination with the on-site measurements, there was no reason to suspect any significant airborne, resuspended dew contamination outside buildings. Therefore, it was not necessary to use special protective clothing or any respiratory protection. The air and soil sub-teams used half masks when investigating the wooden storage barn in Hanpijsk. Finally, several of the team members also brought GPS instruments, which were used during the mapping of site areas and for determining the exact positions of the samples collected. C.3 Sampling methods in the field. General organization in the field. At the sites investigated, samples of soil, soil profiles, water, lichen, bark, atmospheric aerosols, plants, surface deposits and penetrators were taken. The collection of the samples, followed by analysis in the laboratories, was organized as follows. The soil sub-team, Swiss team, was responsible for the collection and analysis of the soil samples and samples of special interest, for example penetrators, fragments, smear samples. In cooperation with the Bristol University experts, soil cores, soil profiles, were taken and prepared and analyzed by both teams at SPI's laboratory. The water, vegetation sub-team, Italian team, was responsible for the collection and analysis of botanical and water samples. The collected samples were then analyzed by Apat's laboratories. The air sub-team, Greek and Russian team member, in cooperation with the Swiss team and other members of the field team, were responsible for air, aerosol sampling. The air filters were analyzed at SPI's laboratory. C.3.1 Sampling in the field, SPI's laboratory. Surface soil samples. Soil samples were taken at each site visited, even if there were no immediate indications of dew ammunition having been used. If possible, the location of the center and dimensions of the attack target site were defined first by gamma and beta radiation field measurements, field survey sub-team. Detailed photographic documentation was taken of all sampled sites. The following rules were observed when defining the procedures and during field sampling. Use proven and standardized sampling procedures. Be aware of possibly very uneven deposition of dew on the soil surface. Do not take too small a sample mass, or from too small a surface area. Pool, combine, a number of smaller samples. Avoid cross-contamination of samples. The dew concentration of typical samples can vary by many orders of magnitude. The following procedure was used during the soil sampling. Topsoil, layer 0 to 5 cm, core samples were taken using a manual corer. Usually, 10 core samples were taken at random from a defined area, normally 5 by 5 meters. The core samples from an area were pulled in a 148 Post-conflict environmental assessment. Double plastic bag. The sample code was determined according to standards P's laboratory procedures based on ISO, IEC 17025. In addition, a sample form, NATO EP 49 Volume 2, environmental sample, for each pooled sample was completed immediately at the time of sampling. The typical mass of such pooled soil samples was about 2 kilograms. A. Sites with no indication of the use of ammunition, for example Lukovica. Sampling areas of 5 by 5 meters, that is 25 square meters, were defined. Some of these were within the expected zone of attack and most symmetrically around the expected target site. Others were up to a distance of several hundred meters away, to make sure that it would be possible to detect the presence and approximate aerial extent of any assumed contamination, even if it was not detected by field measurements. All sampling areas were checked by the Mine Action Center, MAC, experts to ensure that there were no mines or unexploded ordnance before sampling took place. B. Sites with indication of the use of ammunition, for example Hanpajsk. Sampling areas of 25 square meters were defined. Some of them were within the attack target and most symmetrically around the expected target site. Others were up to a distance of several hundred meters away, to make sure that it would be possible to detect the presence and approximate aerial extent of any contamination. All sampling areas were checked by the Mine Action Center, MAC, experts to ensure that there were no mines or unexploded ordnance before sampling took place. C. Sites where impact points of penetrators were identified. Having clearly defined the impact point of a penetrator, 10 topsoil cores, layer 0 to 5 centimeters, were taken along a concentric circle with radius of 3 meters around the central point of impact. These cores were combined to one pooled soil sample. Samples of special interest. Samples of special interest included penetrators, fragments, jackets, shot holes, holes clearly indicating that a penetrator had hit the ground, in some cases with the penetrator still visible, or smear samples, special alinea below. A soil sample of special interest was taken from the ground surface around the shot hole or directly from the hole by using a small shovel or the manual corer. The surface dimension and sampling depth were adapted to the specific conditions of each location. The sampling procedure was reported in detail. Penetrators and jackets were collected methodically and triple packed to make sure that contamination of any other sample could be excluded. All relevant information was documented in detail. Methodology. C. Soil cores, soil profiles. Profiles of subsurface soil were taken at places where penetrators were found laying at or near the undisturbed ground surface. The soil layer above the penetrator was first collected carefully from a surface of about 15 by 15 centimeters using a small shovel. Then, the penetrator was taken out of the soil and the soil layer surrounding the penetrator was collected separately using the same procedure. Positioned exactly where the penetrator was found, the core. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 149. C. Template was driven to a depth of 60 centimeters using a heavy hammer. The core template consists principally of a heavy U-shaped profile of stainless steel with inside dimensions of 10 by 10 centimeters. The soil profile, isolated inside the core template, was then carefully collected layer by layer from the open side, using a metallic spatula. Normally, the vertical dimension of each layer was 5 centimeters. Therefore, the volume of a soil layer sample was 500 cubic centimeters. Using this procedure, the cross-contamination from higher to lower profile layers is minimized. Samples of surface deposits/smear samples. Surface deposits inside attacked buildings consisting of loose material like sand and dust on rough surfaces like concrete were collected from a defined surface using a metallic spatula. Surface deposits, dust, on smooth surfaces inside attacked buildings were taken from horizontal areas of about 20 by 20 centimeters using dry smear sampling kits. C.3.2 Sampling in the field, Abbott Laboratory. Botanical samples. Samples of tree bark and lichen growing on trees were collected at each of the investigated sites where these were accessible in order to search for the presence of dew dust particles. Considering that such particles can be dispersed in the environment according to wind direction, and can be deposited on trees, bushes, rocks and soil, the presence of dew in lichen, mosses and tree bark is mainly attributable to direct deposition of dew dust particles during the attack, and deposition of suspended materials in air, originating from resuspension of soil and deposited dew dust particles. Lichen sampling was carried out according to the guidelines for the use of epiphytic lichen as biomonitors of atmospheric deposition of trace metals, NEMAS and Barbagli, 1999. This methodology identifies the following criteria in order to select the lichen to be sampled. Sample Fruticosaurifolios broad-lobed species only. Use epiphytic species whenever possible. Collect from trees that satisfy the following conditions. Trunk with an inclination not higher than 10 degrees, without evident sign of disturbance, surface without stem flow tracks, far from wounds of the bark, with growth of bryophytes not higher than 25%, and, preferably a mature tree, bush should be chosen. Sample lichen from all around the trunk, and, sample at a height of more than 1 meter above the ground to avoid terragenous contamination. At each location, thaliifolios lichen, together with their substrates, were collected from trees and or bushes using a steel knife and placed in paper envelopes. Tree bark samples were also collected in some sites in order to investigate the relationship between the uranium content of bark and lichen samples. Where available, lichen growing on rocks or soil, and moss samples were collected as well in order to identify other environmental matrices that can accumulate uranium. After sampling, the botanical samples were air-dried and then stored in paper bags. Rojamili et al., 2003a. 150. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Water samples. The mobilization of dew in the soil profile and its possible contamination of groundwater will depend on a range of factors such as the chemistry and the structure of the surrounding soil, rainfall and hydrology. In order to verify the presence of dew in drinking water, water samples from private wells and taps were collected. c. 1 liter of water was sampled in each location using a polyethylene bottle. Immediately after sampling, without any water filtering, the pH of all water samples was adjusted by adding NO3 in order to ensure that trace elements were kept in solution to inhibit biological growth and to leach uranium from the particles in the water. ASTM, 1999a. C.3.3 Sampling in the field, Bristol University. Soil course, soil profiles. Methodology. The same procedure as SPE's laboratory was used for the soil profile collected by Bristol University, see above. C.3.4 Sampling in the field, air subteam. Air/aerosol samples. Under the responsibility of the air subteam, Greek and Russian experts in strong cooperation with the Swiss team, SPE's laboratory air filter equipment was used at most of the sites investigated using portable electricity generating units. Uranium nuclides are present in air as resuspended soil particles. The typical natural uranium concentration in atmospheric aerosols is very low. Normally, the concentration of uranium radionuclides in air is in the range of 0.02 to 18 microbecquerels/m3, about 0.002 to 1.5 nanograms/m3, and SEER, 2000. 1 microbecquerel/m3, about 0.08 nanograms/m3, is considered as a reference value. To measure such low concentrations, sampling systems equipped with high flow rate air pumps have to be used. During the UNEP mission to BE, 4 air filter systems of the type Gravicon VC25G were used. Schleicher-Scholle 99 membrane filters were used. The diameter of the effective filter area is 142 mm, which is equivalent to 158 square centimeters. The uranium-238 concentration of the cellulose filter material, filter blank,
was 2.68 plus minus 0.12 nanograms per filter, equivalent to 3.94 nanograms/g, according to analysis carried out prior to the mission. The Schleicher-Unschule A99 filter has good collection efficiency for aerosol particles in the range above 0.05 micrometers, high particle and mass loading capacity, low flow resistance and high mechanical strength. It is the optimal filter material for the Gravicon VC25G. The instrument was used in configuration to measure total dust. The air inlet was between 90 and 165 centimeters above ground level. These air pumps operate at a constant airflow of 22.5 cubic meters/h, which is controlled and regulated at this value, independent of ambient temperature and flow resistance/back pressure. The sampled air volume is calculated from the sampling time, registered by the integrated timer, and the constant flow rate. The airflow of the filter system was calibrated before the mission to an altitude of 620 meters above sea level and to standard atmospheric pressure. The estimated combined uncertainty of the sampled air volume due to calibration uncertainty, variable atmospheric pressure and different altitude during the mission is plus minus 6%. For typical sampling times of 6 hours and use of ICP-MS analyzes, the detection limit for uranium in atmospheric aerosols is around 0.003 nanograms/m3. It is therefore possible to measure uranium in atmospheric aerosols even at the lowest range of reported natural concentrations. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 151. C. C3.5 measurements and smear tests in the field, Russian expert. On various surfaces within the sites, studies were conducted to estimate conversion coefficients for the recalculation from count rates of the inspector instruments, NCPS, to the density of due contamination of surfaces, in BQ-cm2 or micrograms cm2. In addition, specific smear samples were taken by using Scotch tape to fix the pollution particles to the adhesive. 32 such smear samples were taken and 5 of these were analyzed in detail in Moscow, Radon. C.4 Laboratory Methods. C4.1 Samples and Analyzes, Introduction. UNEP visited 15 different sites, of which 5 were NATO-confirmed sites. One NATO-confirmed site, the 76mm self-propelled gun, was inaccessible due to mines. Altogether, from the 14 accessible sites the team collected 132 samples, 173 including soil core layers. Of these, 46 were surface soil samples and 3 core soil samples composed of 46 layers, 19 water samples, 24 air, 29 botanical, lichen, bark, moss, mushrooms, vegetables, 2 scratch, 5 surface deposits, smear samples, 3 penetrators and 1 full bullet, penetrator still in its jacket. Many of the botanical samples were divided into subsamples as they contained more than one species. All samples were allocated unique code numbers. The complete list of the analysis of the samples, including sample type, location collected and results of analyses are given in Appendices D, soil, E, water, F, beta, G, air, and H, penetrators. The samples collected by the Swiss and Italian team members were taken back to the laboratories of SPIE's laboratory, Switzerland and the Italian Environmental Protection Agency and Technical Services, APOT, in Rome to be analyzed in detail. The Swiss samples included those collected by Bristol University and the air filters collected by the air sub-team. The laboratories have, respectively, provided a report on sample preparation, the analytical methods used and the results of the analyses, Rojamili et al., 2003a, Test Reports, 2003. The following is a synthesis of these reports. The analyses included the determination of concentrations by weight and activity of the Ta2, 234U, 235U and 238U. In some cases, the concentration of 236U, Pru and NP were also determined. The main objectives of sampling in the field were
To determine the presence and range of any ground contamination around or within the assumed target areas investigated. To determine whether localized, highly contaminated areas or contamination points/hotspots are present and to measure the level of radioactivity concentrations. To determine the concentrations of uranium isotopes in groundwater, to study vegetation, lichen, mosses, etc., as bioindicators of environmental contamination. To study the depth distribution of dew in subsurface soil below a penetrator buried a couple of centimeters below the ground surface. To assess the amount of uranium isotope activity that can easily be removed from the surface of a dew penetrator, the effect of weathering on the penetrator, and the possible dissolution in groundwater. To study the mobility of dew corrosion products in a core collected for the depth distribution studies by using extraction methods, and to upgrade the data on the quality of dew used into ammunition. 152. Post-conflict environmental assessment. C.4.2 Preparation of samples and analytical methods. SPE's laboratory procedures. In order to determine radionuclides, chemical and isotopic analyses were performed by an inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometry, or alpha spectrometry, through the implementation of accredited procedures, ISO/IC 17025, in SPE's Laboratories STS028 Testing Laboratory. Sample preparation. Soil samples. The samples were dried at 40 degrees Celsius in air recirculating drying ovens until weight constancy was achieved. The dried samples were then crushed and sieved, 2 mm/10. The sieved materials were homogenized in a tubular registered mixer for 10 minutes. 50 grams of the dried, homogenized soil samples was then ashed in quartz crucibles at 520 degrees Celsius in high temperature furnaces for 16 hours, weight constancy. The ashed soil was milled in a 250 ml Ceylon, silicium nitride, Sin4, ball mill with silicium nitride balls, 15 balls, diameter 20 mm, for 2 minutes at 600 revolutions per minute. 5 grams of the milled soil ash was fully mixed with 7 grams of fluxing agent, lithium metaborate, lithium tetraborate 80%, 20%. The mixture was transferred in a platinum gold crucible, PT/O, 95.5, and 250 microliters of 209 bisolution, 1000 parts per million, was added as internal standard. After going through a drying oven for 30 minutes at 70 degrees Celsius, the samples were fused in a high temperature furnace for 20 minutes at 100 degrees Celsius. The melt was poured into a 250 ml beaker containing 200 grams CO3, equals 4.5 moles/L. 1 milliliter of polyethylene glycol, CPEG 2000 equals 0.2 moles/L, was added as flocculating agent to precipitate silicon gel and boric acid. This mixture was heated to 40 degrees Celsius with constant stirring for 3 hours. After cooling, 3 milliliters of the upper solution layer was filtered 0.45 micrometers, Spartan 30 0.45 RC, Schleicher and Scholl. 1.4 milliliters of the filtrate was diluted with WNO3 equals 2% to 40 milliliters to form the master solution. Smear samples. Smear samples were leached in 50 milliliters CO3 equals 8 moles/L for 5 hours at a temperature of 50 degrees Celsius. During this process, the samples were also held in an ultrasonic bath 4 times for 1 minute. The solutions were transferred to a 100 ml measuring flask. The beakers were washed 3 times with 15 ml CO3 equals 8 moles/L and then the measuring flask was filled with distilled water. Aliquots of these solutions were further diluted for the analysis by ICP-MS. Scratch samples. Scratch samples were treated like soil samples. Seaweed and lichen. Aliquots of 500 mg of the materials, as delivered by IAEA, were digested in the microwave system like water filters. Water samples. The water samples were diluted 110 with WNO3 equals 2%.
50 parts per billion of 209 Bi was added as internal standard for the ICP-MS measurements. Air filters. Air filters were cut in half. Half was then brought into a Teflon beaker and a mixture of 5 ml No3 conc, 2 ml WHF equals 40% and 2 ml WH2O2 equals 30% was added. 100 microliters of 209 Bi solution, 250 parts per million, was added as the internal standard. The samples were then digested in a methodology. C. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 153. C. Temperature-controlled microwave system by heating to 180 degrees Celsius in 5 minutes and holding the temperature for a further 10 minutes. After cooling, the solutions were diluted with CO3 equals 2 moles/L to 11 milliliters master solution. Penetrators. Penetrators were carefully handled in the laboratories in order to avoid any contamination and were weighed directly after unpacking. The samples were then cleaned mechanically with a sharp knife to remove corrosion products and dirt. The material thus removed was stored separately. Remaining surface corrosion, yellow/black, was washed off with CO3 equals 5 moles/L NO3 in an ultrasonic bath, followed by washing with water and ethanol. The samples were air-dried and then weighed. After the cleaning procedure, the penetrators were held for 60 minutes in 100 ml hot concentrated NO3, 14 moles/L, for partial digestion. The solutions containing the digested were diluted with water to a final concentration of CO3 equals 5 to 7 moles/L. The penetrators were washed with water and ethanol, dried and re-weighed. Plutonium separation. Tracer was added to 5 ml of each solution containing 0.2 grams of the penetrator material and diluted with 45 ml CO3 equals 5 moles/L. This solution was introduced into a TEV-spec registered column. Uranium was eluted with 100 ml CO3 equals 5 moles/L and 10 ml CO3 equals 2 moles/L. The column was then washed with 20 ml CHCl equals 6 moles/L. Plutonium was eluted with 30 ml CHCl equals 0.5 moles/L. 250 microliters of concentrated sulfuric acid were added to the plutonium fraction. The fraction was put in a sand bath and brought to dryness. Any residual organic material was destroyed by heating with sulfuric acid to fuming temperatures on a hot plate. Some drops of nitric acid were then added. Plutonium was electrodeposited from a sulfuric acid ammonium sulfate system on a steel plate and determined with alpha spectrometry. Neptunium separation. 45 ml 5-MnO3 containing 0.2 grams of the penetrator, 0.1 M Fe2 plus an NP tracer was loaded on a TEV-spec registered column. Uranium was eluted with 50 ml 5-MnO3/0.1 M Fe2 plus. Neptunium was eluted with 20 ml 0.1 MnO3. The NP tracer was measured with gamma spectrometry in order to determine the chemical yield. The NP-237 concentration was measured with ICP-MS. Chemical and isotopic analyses using ICP-MS analysis. All analyses were performed on a Finnegan element 2 HRICP-MS, high-resolution inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometer, in the low-resolution mode. In this configuration, the response for 1 part per billion U-238 was about 1/200,000 CPS. Quantitative determination of uranium-238. All calibration and master solutions contained by 209 as an internal standard. The master solutions were diluted with 2% nitric acid until no matrix suppression of the UN signal occurred. A 5-point calibration with U was performed in the expected U concentration range. Only U-238 and Bi-209 isotopes were measured. The U calibration was verified with 2 independent U standards. In order to check the sensitivity and the calibration during the measurement procedure, a U standard was measured after every 10 samples. Determination of the isotopic composition of uranium.
The dissolved soil samples were diluted with 2% nitric acid to a concentration of about 0.5 nanograms per milliliter U-238. The uranium isotopes U-234, U-235, U-236 and U-238 were measured. 154. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Furthermore, in order to correct for interferences, the isotopes PT-195 and TH-232 were measured. The performance of the ICP-MAS was checked with natural and certified U solutions. After every 6-10 samples, a natural uranium standard was measured to correct for mass discrimination of the ratio U-235/U-238. The mass discrimination was 1%. Measurements of blanks and detection limits. The U-238 concentrations are determined by external calibration. The U-238 concentration from the chemical reagents can be neglected. Despite careful cleaning of the equipment after each sample, a uranium background can be measured. The background of U-238 perfusion is about 10 nanograms and per microwave digestion about 0.1 nanograms. The U-238 concentration of an air filter blank was 2.68 nanograms, whereas the U-238 concentration of a water filter blank could be neglected. The isotope concentrations of U-234, U-235 and U-236 are calculated with the measured ratio relative to U-238. Thus, the detection limits for the isotopes U-234, U-235 and U-236 depend on the U-238 concentration in the sample. For low U concentrations, interfering PTR species can cause higher detection limits. Typical detection limits for the samples investigated in this report are given in Table C.1. Table C.1 Detection Limits. C. Methodology. U-234. Soil. 30 nanograms/kg. Air. 2 Fg/m3. Water. 0.01 nanograms/L. Seaweed, lichen 1 nanogram/kg. U-235. 30 nanograms/kg 2 Fg/m3 0.01 nanograms/L 1 nanogram/kg. U-236. 30 nanograms/kg 2 Fg/m3 0.01 nanograms/L 1 nanogram/kg. U-238. 2 micrograms/kg 0.005 nanograms/m3 1 nanogram/L 0.5 micrograms/kg. Isotope ratio percent. 0.001 0.002 0.001 0.001. Calculation of the percentage of DU of the total uranium concentration. The difference of the average weight of a U atom in natural and depleted U can be neglected. Hence, the mole fraction of DU of the total U is equal to the mass fraction of DU of the total U and can easily be calculated from the ratio RM equals U-235/U-238 of the sample. The ratio RM equals U-235/U-238 was corrected for mass discrimination. The ratio U-235/U-238 for natural and depleted U is assumed to be RUNAT equals 0.00725 and RDU equals 0.00200, respectively. Statistical and measurement uncertainties at the ICP-MAS analysis. The combined relative standard deviations, K values, were calculated by propagation of errors from the relative standard deviations, RSD. The relative standard deviations of the variables were either experimentally determined or estimated. Quantitative determination of plutonium and neptunium. Alpha spectrometry, plutonium and neptunium analysis, was performed using high vacuum alpha chambers with 1-inch pips detectors. The energy calibration of the alpha spectrometer was performed with Pu-239, M241 and CM244. The efficiency calibration was performed with the same nuclides to determine the chemical recovery of the tracer. A known amount of tracer, Pu-236, not present in the depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 155. C. Sample, was added to each solution. By evaluating the spectra, the count rate of the tracer can be directly compared with the count rate of the unknown amount of the sample. Any loss of sample will be compensated by this technique. Based on the count rates of the tracer and the unknown, the content in BQ, G can be calculated. There are no reference materials available for dew penetrators. The described method was applied to reference soil samples. The results were inside the confidence interval of the reference values. APOT, laboratory work. Lichen species identification. The lichen species of each sample have been identified in the botany of the Environmental Sciences Department of Tusa University in Viterbo, Italy, Laboratorio di Botanica Dipartimento di Scienze Ambientali, Laboratory. The following macroscopic characters have been used for a first identification: the thallus growth form and its color under dehydrate condition, the presence, absence of structures on upper and or lower surface, apothecia, parathecia, Soridia, Isidia, Pycnidia, Ricin etc. Afterward, microscopic analyses, both using a stereo microscope and chemical spot tests, have been conducted. Chemical spot tests are based on reactions occurring between some chemical lichenic substances, such as weak phenols or fatty acids, and specific reagents. In some cases, the use of a light microscope permitted the distinction of microscopic characters, which are clearly visible exclusively through the observation of thin sections of lichens' reproductive structures. The type of ascocarps and asci and the shape and size of ascospores are the main elements observed. The micro and macroscopic characters observations have been supported by analytical dichotomic keys, and in some cases, by the use of reference books concerning the European taxa, Clausade and Drew, 1985, Nimes, 1987, Purvis et al., 1992, Dobson, 2000, the Internet Lichen Database of Italy, biodbs.univ.dris.it, was also used. Some specimens are preserved in Laboratory of Botany of the Tusa University in Viterbo, Italy, and in the APOT Laboratory in Rome, Italy. They are available for any future consultation. Preparation of samples. Lichen. In the laboratory, the samples were dried at 40 degrees Celsius at constant weight. The lichen samples were subdivided according to species identification made by the Laboratory of Botany of the Dipartimento di Scienze Ambientali of the Tusa University in Viterbo, Italy. Samples were not washed as the aim was to measure the elements that were physically trapped on the surface of the thallus, as well as chemically bound to cell walls. The lichen samples were separated from the bark substratum using a steel knife, and extraneous materials such as mosses and large soil particles were removed under a binocular microscope. The fine powder, equals 250 micrometers, of lichen samples was obtained by grinding in a planetary ball mill, Reg PM4, using grinding jars of 500 ml in agate and 20 agate ball of 20 mm diameter. The samples were stored in polyethylene containers. A Teflon ball was put into each container when initially filled, to facilitate subsequent rehomogenization, Rosamili et al. 2003a. 156. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Mosses. In the laboratory, the extreme apices of the shoots were cut in order to eliminate older parts of the shoots and soil. The green parts of unwashed mosses were dried to a constant weight, 40 degrees Celsius. The fine powder, equals 125 micrometers, of moss samples was obtained by grinding in a planetary ball mill, Reg PM4, using grinding jars of 500 ml in agate and 20 agate ball of 20 mm diameter. The samples were stored in polyethylene containers. A Teflon ball was put into each container when initially filled, to facilitate subsequent rehomogenization. Tree barks. Soil, insects or any other solid pollutants were removed from bark samples. Using a hard steel knife, the external surface, about 3 mm, of bark was cut and dried at 40 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. The samples were crushed and ground in a planetary ball mill, Reg PM4, using grinding jars of 500 ml in agate and 20 agate ball of 20 mm diameter. The samples were stored in polyethylene containers. A Teflon ball was put into each container when initially filled, to facilitate subsequent rehomogenization. Radiochemical analysis. 238U, 234U and 235U concentration in all samples were determined by alpha spectrometry following total dissolution, U. Sanson et al., 2001, Gia et al. 2002a, Gia et al., 2002b. The alpha spectrometry system, Canberra, is controlled by Genie 2000 software. Genie 2000 is a comprehensive set of capabilities for acquiring and analyzing from multi-channel analyzers, MCAs. Its functions include MCA control, spectral display and manipulation, basic spectrum analysis and reporting. The energy calibration of the alpha spectrometer was performed with 241 M, 244 cm and 237 Np. The efficiency calibration was performed with 232U or 236U. A known amount of tracer, 232U not present in the sample, was added to each solution. By evaluating the spectra, the count rate of the tracer can be directly compared with the count rate of the unknown amount of the sample. Any loss of sample will be compensated by this technique. Based on the count rates of the tracer and the unknown, the content can be calculated in BQ, kg. Sample preparation. Botanical samples. Usually the analytical procedure to leach botanical samples is different from the procedure used to dissolve soil, sediment samples. As reported above, lichens, mosses and tree bark can accumulate dew by trapping also soil particles. Considering that this investigation was aimed at detecting the presence of dew, the soil leaching procedure was also applied to these botanical samples to be able to detect any dew presence in these samples also attributable to soil particles. Methodology. C. On this basis, the milled and homogenized samples were screened by gross beta measurements using a low-level Planck counter with proportional gas flow counter tubes. This procedure was selected to decide the order for processing and analyzing the samples. A platinum crucible containing 3 grams of botanical sample was put in a muffle. To avoid burning the sample, the muffle was heated very slowly, over 10 hours, starting from the room temperature to 600 degrees Celsius. After 14 hours at 600 degrees Celsius, the temperature of the muffle slowly decreases, about 8 hours. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 157. C. After cooling to room temperature, 2 grams of Na2O2 and 2 grams sodium carbonate are added in the platinum crucible containing the sample. The crucible is heated at 600 degrees Celsius for 15 to 20 minutes in a muffle. The melted sample is cooled to room temperature and transferred to a 100 ml Teflon beaker by distilled water and concentrated NO3. 0.03 becquerels of 232U, 5 ml of concentrated NO3, 5 ml of HCl, 37%, 5 ml of 40% HF and 1 ml of 30% H2O2 is added. Evaporation is carried out at 250 degrees Celsius. Before drying, the sample is further intervened with 5 ml of concentrated NO3, 5 ml of HCl, 37%, and 5 ml of 40% HF in order to eliminate the majority of silicates. The residue is changed into nitric form by 2-time evaporations with 4 ml of concentrated NO3. The residue obtained is dissolved again with 5 ml of concentrated NO3 and 10 ml of distilled water and filtered through a 0.45 micrometers millipore filter paper in a 150 ml beaker. The Teflon beaker is washed with 10 ml 2M NO3 and filtered into the 150 ml beaker. Further separation is carried out following the uranium determination procedure provided below. Water samples. No particular preparation was needed for water samples. 1 ml of Fe3+, 40 mg Fe3+ per milliliter, as carrier, 0.03 becquerels of 232 US tracer and 20 ml of concentrated NO3 is added to 1 liter of water sample. After boiling for 30 minutes, the solution is removed to an electric magnetic stirrer and adjusted to pH. The September 5, 2010 with concentrated ammonia solution to co-precipitate uranium with iron, 3, hydroxide. The solution is stirred for another 30 minutes and the precipitate is allowed to settle down for at least 4 to 6 hours, preferably overnight. The supernatant is carefully siphoned off and the hydroxide slurry is centrifuged at 3,500 revolutions per minute. The supernatant is discarded, the precipitate is dissolved with 5 ml of concentrated NO3 and 0.3 ml of 40% HF and transferred to a 150 ml beaker. The solution obtained is evaporated to incipient dryness and the residue is dissolved with 4 ml of concentrated NO3, 26 ml of distilled water and 0.3 ml of 40% HF by heating at 100 degrees Celsius. Further separation is carried out following the uranium determination procedure provided below. Column preparation. A solution, 50 ml, of 0.3 n-topo, trioctylphosphine oxide 99%, in cyclohexane was added to 50 grams of microthene. The mixture was stirred for several minutes until homogeneity was reached and then evaporated to eliminate cyclohexane at 50 degrees Celsius. The porous powder thus obtained contained about 10.4% topo. A portion, 1.6 grams, of the microthene topo powder, slurred with 3 ml concentrated HCl and 10 ml of distilled water, was transferred to a chromatographic column. After conditioning with 30 ml of 2-MnO3, the column was ready for use. Separation and determination of uranium. The solutions, obtained from the aforementioned procedures, were passed through a preconditioned microthene topo column at a flow rate of 0.6 to 0.8 ml per minute. After washing with 30 ml 6-MnO3, 60 ml 1-MHCl and 5 ml of distilled water at the same flow rate, uranium is eluted with 30 ml of 0.025 m. NH42C2O4 at a flow rate of 0.1 ml per minute. The first 3.5 ml of eluent are discarded and the remains directly collected in an electrodeposition cell. 0.61 ml of 8-MnO3 was added to the cell and the solution was adjusted to pH 1.5 with 1 to 4 ammonia solution. Uranium was electrodeposited on a stainless steel disc at a current density of 400 mA/cm2 for 4 hours and counted by alpha spectrometry. Lower limits of detection. The lower limits of detection were assessed using Curry's method, 1968. Taking into account the blank count rates, the counting efficiencies of the instruments, the radiochemical yields and the sample quantity, the lower detection limits of the method are 0.37 becquerels/kg, soil or lichen, and 0.22 millibecquerels/L, water, for 238U and 234U, and 0.038 becquerels/kg, soil or lichen, and 0.022 millibecquerels/L, water, for 235U if 0.5 grams of soil and 1 liter of water are analyzed. 158. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Methodology. Statistical and measurement uncertainties. The analytical uncertainty associated with the activity concentration was estimated following steps as reported on URACOM, CITAC Guide, URACOM/CITAC Guide, 2000. Activity concentration can be expressed as C. Where N equals number of sample counts, T equals time of sample counting, S, BK equals count per second of background of reagent and counting system, NT equals number of tracer counts, TT equals time of tracer counting, S, BKT equals count per second of tracer background, VT equals tracer activity, BQ, P equals weight, kg, or volume, lm3. The cause-effect diagram, sometimes called fishbone, shown below highlights the significant uncertainty in avoiding overcounting, Barbizzi S. et al., 2002. The uncertainty components have been expressed as standard deviations and amalgamated according to the appropriate rules to give a combined standard uncertainty. The uncertainty associated with time is neglected. With respect to the uncertainty associated with weight, P, the following contributions are considered: linearity of the balance, repeatability and reproducibility. With respect to the water sample, the volume was measured using a graduated cylinder, so the uncertainty associated with the volume has been evaluated on the basis of its characteristics. With regard to the air samples, the air volume collected by each air sampler has been estimated as the air pumping speed multiplied by the time duration of each measurement. The uncertainty in the measurement of airspeed was calculated by the fluctuation of the indications of the measuring instrument during the operation and is estimated at 3%. The uncertainty associated with time duration was neglected. The tracer uncertainty activity, VT, includes the uncertainty due to two dilutions of the tracer, the uncertainty reported on the tracer certificate and associated with the addition of the tracer to the sample. The uncertainty associated with the ratios 234U/238U, 235U/238U has been calculated according to the appropriate rules of the uncertainty propagation. In the tables the uncertainty is reported as one standard deviation. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 159. C. Sequential extraction procedure, Bristol University. A sequential extraction procedure was used to investigate the chemical phase associations of uranium, present in a 60 cm soil profile collected at Hanpijsk. Each extractant used in sequence is intended to target a specific geochemical phase, for example organic matter, type of minerals, and thereby indicate the geochemical sites to which uranium has bound within the soil. This should give a better understanding of the ultimate sites of uptake of uranium in soil and the ease with which uranium may be removed from these sites, for example by the percolation of rainwater. The analysis of soil sections down the 60 cm soil profile should also provide information on the mobility of uranium with depth and the resulting change of physical parameters, that is pH, GO2, experience with increased depth. The extractants used are chosen to target 6 specific geochemical phases: exchangeable cations, carbonate bound, iron and manganese oxide, hydroxide bound, organic matter, amorphous silica and refractory minerals. However, as each geochemical phase varies considerably in its properties, no single extractant is able to attack any one specific phase in entirety and isolation, and thus overlap of attacked phases will occur. Therefore, the results obtained from this method are strictly extractant defined. Much work has been carried out in the last 40 years to match the extractants employed with the extraction of metals from specific phases. Tessier et al., 1979, Schultz et al., 1997. The method used in this investigation was based on a 6-step extraction procedure, developed for the extraction of actinides in river sediment, GLEMD, 2001. The extraction procedure is summarized below. Table C.2 Sequential extraction procedure. Extraction step targeted phase. Chemical reagent. Treatment. 1. Exchangeable cations NH4AC, 1 mol/L. Stirring for 24 hours. Stirring with the 2. Carbonate minerals. NH4AC, 1 mol/L, plus NO3, 1 mol/L. Addition of nitric acid until the pH stabilizes. At pH 5. 3. Oxides and hydroxides NH2O HCl, 0.2 mols/L, in of iron and manganese HAC, 25%. Stirring for 3 hours. 4. Organic matter. H2O2, 35%, plus NO3. Stirring for 3 hours at 1 mol/L,
up to 0.05 moles/L. 85 degrees Celsius. 5. Amorphous silica. I, NaO, 0.2 moles/L2, NO3, 0.3 moles/L. Stirring for 40 minutes at 90 degrees Celsius. 6. Refractory material NO3, 7 moles/L. Stirring for 4 hours at 85 degrees Celsius. In the study, required changes to the experimental method above included the introduction of a defined extraction time of 4 hours in the carbonate extraction and the addition of 15 milliliters of H2O2, 35%, per sample in the organic matter extraction step, necessary due to the higher organic content of the soils. 160. Post-conflict environmental assessment. This study should therefore provide information on the dominant geochemical phase to which the uranium present within the soil is bound, and therefore also an indication of how mobile the uranium is within the soil. In addition to the sequential extraction procedure, total 238U concentration measurements down the profile were also performed in order to establish an estimate of the uranium recovery during the sequential extraction procedure. Sequential extraction method. The sequential extraction of uranium from the soil samples was performed according to GLEMD, 2001, with slight modifications. The extractions were performed in series, in plastic centrifuge bottles, with 20 grams of soil sample to 200 grams of extraction agent. A magnetic stirring bead was placed in each bottle, and Variamac thermoblocks were used to heat and stir samples as required in each extraction step. 2 sample blanks were used throughout the extraction procedure. I, readily exchangeable ions, 20 grams of soil was treated with 200 milliliters of 1M ammonium acetate, NH4OAC, at room temperature for 24 hours, at a stirring speed of 800 revolutions per minute, to ensure suspension of all the soil. The samples were subsequently centrifuged for 12 minutes at 4,000 revolutions per minute using a DuPont RC5C centrifuge. After centrifugation, 50 milliliters of extraction solution was decanted, of which approximately 6 milliliters was filtered using Becton Dickinson 5 milliliters syringes and 0.45 micrometers Spartan 30 0.45 RC filters. The sample filtrates were then diluted for storage to give a 110 dilution, using subboiling 2% NO3. After the removal of an aliquot of extraction solution for filtration, dilution and analysis, the remaining extraction solution was carefully removed from the centrifuge bottles using a vacuum pump, which was cleaned between samples with nanopure water. The last few milliliters of solution on the surface of the solid material layer were removed using a plastic Pasteur pipette. A portion of the extraction solution will remain in the pore system within the soil residue in the bottle. This residual solution was considered to be negligible in comparison with soil mass losses and uranium losses that would incur if complete filtration of the extraction solutions and soil residues, using filter papers, was carried out between each extraction step. 2. Bound to carbonates, the soil residues from extraction step, I, were treated with 200 milliliters of 1M ammonium acetate, NH4OAC, which had been adjusted to pH 5 with NO3, 69%. The samples were then stirred in the thermoblock for 4 hours at room temperature. The solution pH was monitored to ensure that it remained above pH 5, to minimize premature attack to manganese oxides. The subsequent extraction procedure was performed as above. 3. Mn oxides and hydroxides, the soil residues from extraction step, 2, were treated with 200 milliliters of 0.2M hydroxylamine hydrochloride, NH2O middle.HCl and 25%, V/V, HAC, and stirred for 3 hours. The subsequent extraction procedure was performed as in I. 4. Bound to organic matter, the residues from above were treated with 200 milliliters of H2O2, 30%, adjusted to 0.05M with 1M NO3, heated to 85 degrees Celsius, and stirred for 3 hours. 15 milliliters of H2O2, 30%,
was added to each sample bottle during the 3-hour treatment period. The volume of concentrated hydrogen peroxide is unlikely to have caused the complete oxidation of the organic material, and should be increased for future sequential extraction studies on soils. The subsequent extraction procedure was performed as in IV amorphous silicates. The residues from 4 were treated with 2 extraction solutions in succession. Firstly, with 200 ml of 0.2 m sodium hydroxide, NaO, extraction, VA, and then by 200 ml of 0.3 m NO3, extraction, VB. Both treatments involved the samples being stirred at 80 degrees Celsius for 40 minutes. The subsequent extraction procedure was performed as in IV residual. The residues from VB were treated with 200 ml of 7 m NO3 and stirred for 4 hours at 85 degrees Celsius. The subsequent extraction procedure was performed as in I. Methodology. C. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 161. C. Ibaras, Russian expert, samples in cooperation with Radon Laboratory. Radioactive contamination of different surfaces. To estimate conversion coefficients for recalculations from the inspector instrument's count rate, NCPS, to density of radioactive contamination of surfaces, in BQ-cm2 or micrograms cm2, 2 methods were used. 1. The creation of a computer model for the inspector device, and 2. Calibration of the inspector by using standard point sources, and by specially prepared surface sources of gamma and radiation. Smear samples analysis. Smear samples of dust were fixed at the sampling point on a Scotch tape. The tape width was 44 mm, the length of samples ranged from 120 to 190 mm. The fixed pollution was isolated by sticking a second layer of Scotch tape. All 32 samples were studied with the inspector instrument and by non-destructive radioactivity measurement techniques. In addition, 5 of these samples were analyzed in detail through radiochemical procedures. Research direction. Beta radiometry. Instrumentation. For sample activity measurements, a low background alpha-beta radiometer height 1000, Canberra Incorporated, with 4 gas flow detectors was applied. A typical background count rate in beta particles registration channels is near 0.01 counts per second. Preparation of counting sources. Samples were cut in 4-piece fragments of about equal length. Each fragment was measured with a separate detector. For sample calculations, the measurement values of clean Scotch tape fragments were used as background. Fragments of about 40 mm were stuck together with the sticky sides to completely reproduce the real geometry of samples. A calibration source for the height 1000 radiometer was prepared via drop-by-drop dispensing of a weighed amount of standard solution of 238U in equilibrium with daughter products 234Th/234 mPa on the gluing surface of a Scotch film, 45 by 45. That is a calculated volume of standard solution of 238U, in equilibrium with daughter products 234Th/234 mPa, was selected by pipette and weighed. The selected solution was uniformly dispensed drop by drop by a pipette on the gluing surface of adhesive tape. Total activity of 238U was 13.9 becquerels. After liquid evaporation under an infrared lamp, the prepared film with 238U was covered by another piece of film with the same dimensions. Determined efficiency for registration of the 234Th/234 mPa emission with height 1000 radiometer ranged from 0.182 plus minus 0.013 up to 0.200 plus minus 0.014 for different detectors. Gamma spectrometry measurements. Instrumentation. A gamma spectrometer based on coaxial detector, a Geotech GEM 110210P, 112.1% relative efficiency, Resolution -2.1 kV at 1332 kV FWHM 60 Cope peak, was applied to determine gamma-emitting radionuclides. The average duration of measurements near 20,000 seconds. 162. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Sample pretreatment for alpha/beta emitting radionuclides analysis. Samples were ashed in a muffle furnace at 550 degrees Celsius. The ashes were then handled with concentrated NO3 and the periodic addition of H2O2 before obtaining a light color solution and a solid residue, the complete decomposition of organic compounds. The liquid phase was decanted, sediments were washed with NO3 and solutions were combined. Solid residues were completely decomposed in a mixture of concentrated NO3 and HF in a microwave digestion unit MLS 1200 MB, milestone, equipped with HBR 1000/6 rotor and high-pressure TFM vessels. The obtained solutions were treated by multiple evaporations with concentrated NO3 to eliminate fluorine. Finally, the obtained residue was dissolved in 7.5 m NO3. Alpha, beta spectrometry via liquid scintillation technique. Instrumentation. ATRI Carb 2550 TR, AB, Packard Incorporated, liquid scintillation analyzer was applied for the analysis of beta-emitting radionuclides as well as for the evaluation of composition and activity of alpha emitters in submitted samples. Ultima Gold AB registered was used for the preparation of counting sources. Identification and activity calculations of radionuclides in samples according to their LS spectra. Identification and calculation of radionuclide activities were fulfilled in compliance with the algorithm, including the optimized convolution of the spectrum into groups, and modeling the spectra by a set of single library spectra, which were corrected for sample quenching parameters, cache iron, 2000. During the calculations, the basic spectra are fitted to the quenching parameters by means of interpolation between two reference spectra. The library of quenched spectra for each radionuclide was obtained for at least 10 quench levels. Preparation of the counting sources for LS spectrometry. Aliquots of sample solutions, equal to 1/5 were prepared in the previous steps. These aliquots were evaporated, transferred into hydrochloric form by evaporation with concentrated hydrochloric acid. Phosphoric acid was then added periodically. After this operation, the solutions became colorless, since colorless iron complexes, phosphates, were formed instead of the yellow-colored chloride complexes. Analysis of the uranium isotope composition in samples by alpha spectrometry. Instrumentation. For the determination of uranium isotope activity ratios, an alpha spectrometer consisting of 4 units model 7401, Canberra Incorporated, was used. Detectors with an active area of 600 square millimeters, type passivated implanted planar silicon, PIPs, were used. The resolution of these detectors is better than 18 kV. The duration of measurements ranged from 30,000 to 45 zeros. Radiochemical separation of uranium. After selecting the aliquots for LS spectrometry, the known activity of chemical yield radioisotope tracer 232 was introduced into residual sample solutions. Solutions were evaporated and converted into 7.5 m NO3 form. From the specified solution, uranium was extracted with a 30% solution of tributyl phosphate and toluene. After purification of the organic phase by means of double washing with 7.5 m NO3 and back extraction of thorium with 0.04 MHF and 0.5 m NO3, the final solution containing uranium was obtained by extraction with distilled water. The solution obtained was evaporated and, after destroying organic traces, uranium was electroplated onto stainless discs from an ammonia oxalate chloride solution. Methodology. C. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 163. C. C.4.3 Quality control. During the mission, the team members decided to organize a quality control exercise based on an inter-laboratory comparison between Abbott Laboratory, Italy, and SPIE's Laboratory, Switzerland, in order to verify the precision and comparability of the analytical results obtained in the two laboratories. Since most samples collected were soils, lichen and water, the team decided to run the comparison on these sample types. Furthermore, the respective laboratory teams decided to use IAEA reference materials in order to compare results for homogeneous sample materials with recommended reference values and recommended confidence intervals for the concentration of uranium isotopes. In this framework, IAEA laboratories in Seebersdorf made available reference samples of lichen, IAEA 336, seaweed, IAEA 140 tm, seawater, IAEA 381, and soil, IAEA 326, for the two laboratories. These were the best available uranium standard samples. The uranium in all these samples is in its natural isotopic composition. Unfortunately, certified standards for decontaminated environmental samples are not available. The laboratories applied their established methodologies. Abbott analyzed the samples by an alpha spectrometry system, while SPIE's laboratory used the ICP-MIS system. Abbott laboratory made 3 analyses on each reference material. SPIE's laboratory made 2 analyses on each reference material. The mean values are reported in Table C.3. The mean values are in good agreement with the recommended and/or informal values. Table C.3 data of the interlaboratory comparison between Abbott Laboratory, Italy, and SPIE's Laboratory, Switzerland. IAEA 326 soil sample ID. Abbott mean SPIE's mean %95 confidence interval. 238 UBQ, kg. 29.5 plus minus 1.45 28.02 plus minus 0.59 28.1 to 30.7. 234 UBQ, kg. 28.0 plus minus 1.16 27.49 plus minus 5.22 26.5 to 29.3. 235 UBQ, kg. 1.53 plus minus 0.3 to 1.31 plus minus 0.04 1.21 to 1.75. IAEA 381 seawater sample ID. Abbott mean SPIE's mean %95 confidence interval. 238 UMBQ, kg. 37.8 plus minus 1.2 to 40.67 plus minus 0.87. 38 to 48. 234 UMBQ, kg. 42.7 plus minus 1.71 43.23 plus minus 0.87. 43 to 58. 235 UMBQ, kg. 2.06 plus minus 0.24 1.86 plus minus 0.15. 1.4 to 2.4. IAEA 140 trademark seaweed sample ID. Abbott mean SPIE's mean %95 confidence interval. 238 UBQ, kg. 9.3 plus minus 0.379.29 plus minus 0.178.02 to 10.08. 234 UBQ, kg. 235 UBQ, kg. 10.6 plus minus 0.36. 0.48 plus minus 0.08. 10.86 plus minus 1.52. 0.43 plus minus 0.04. These values refer only to UTAT. IAEA 336 lichen sample ID. 238 UBQ, kg. 234 UBQ, kg. 235 UBQ, kg. Abbott mean. 0.62 plus minus 0.04. 0.59 plus minus 0.04.
0.031 plus minus 0.009. SPI's mean 0.60 plus minus 0.013. 0.65 plus minus 0.11. 0.028 plus minus 0.0015. Percent 95 confidence interval 0.37 to 0.62. These values refer only to UTAT. The IAEA, 1999, does not give an information value for the U concentration. In the section Elements which failed both recommended and information value acceptance criteria in the paragraph regarding uranium it is written, DEN Laboratories reported results for U and none was rejected as an outlier. The relative standard deviation of the mean was 36%, which exceeds the criterion for it to be classified as an information value. If a t-test had been performed in addition to the 4 standard outlier tests, one laboratory mean which was very low would have been rejected, which would have reduced the relative standard deviation of the 9 remaining laboratories to 26.2%. This would have led to uranium qualifying as an information value of 0.04 mg/kg with a confidence interval of 0.03 to 0.05 mg/kg for U. 164. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Figures C.28 to C.2d report all data from the comparison. In the following, the comments refer only to 238U determination, considered as an indicator of result comparability. Figure C.2a data of the interlaboratory comparison between APOT Laboratory, Italy, and SPI's Laboratory, Switzerland, and recommended value of IAEA 326 soil. The interval of IAEA value represents the 95% interval of confidence. C. Figure C.2a reports the comparison between the IAEA recommended value and APOT and SPI's data of 238U activity concentrations in the IAEA 326 soil. These results confirm the good agreement between methods applied on totally dissolved samples. The importance of dissolution was already focused in the NAT9 quality control exercise organized by the IAEA in the framework of the UNEP mission in Kosovo, NA 60. 2001, UNEP, 2001. Figure C.2b data of the interlaboratory comparison between APOT Laboratory, Italy, and SPI's Laboratory, Switzerland, and recommended value of IAEA 381 seawater. The interval of IAEA value represents the 95% interval of confidence. Methodology. These results of IAEA 381 seawater confirm the good agreement between the two different methods applied for measuring the uranium isotopes in water samples. Figure C.2c data of the interlaboratory comparison between APOT Laboratory, Italy, and SPI's Laboratory, Switzerland, and recommended value of IAEA 140/trademark seaweed. The interval of IAEA value represents the 95% interval of confidence. The results on the interlaboratory made on the IAEA 140/trademark seaweed show that both laboratories have an accurate procedure for U analysis on biological samples. Depleted uranium in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 165. C. The results on the interlaboratory comparison made on the IAEA 336 lichen show that both laboratories have accurate procedures for uranium analysis on biological samples. Figure C.2d data of the interlaboratory comparison between APOT Laboratory, Italy, and SPI's Laboratory, Switzerland, and recommended value of IAEA 336 lichen. The interval of IAEA value represents the 95% interval of confidence. Isotopic ratios. SPI's laboratory evaluates the due concentration of environmental samples using the 235-238 isotopic ratio because, using a mass spectrometric technique, the 235-238 isotopic ratio is measured faster and with higher precision than the 234-238 isotopic ratio. On the other hand,
APOT laboratory evaluates the due concentration of environmental samples using the 234-238 activity ratio because using alpha spectrometry, the 234-238 activity ratio is measured faster and with higher precision than the 235-238 activity ratio. Table C.4 Uranium activity ratios 234-238 and isotopic ratios 235-238 of the reference samples analyzed by APOT Laboratory, Italy, and SPIES Laboratory, Switzerland. IATIA 326 Soil. Mean. Reference value for natural uranium. APOT activity ratio 234U/238U. 0.95 plus minus 0.06 from 0.5 to 1.2. SPIES isotopic ratio 235U/238U. 0.00724 plus minus 0.00006 0.00725. IATIA 381 Seawater. Mean. Reference value for natural uranium. 1.13 plus minus 0.05. From 0.8 to 10, Goldstein et al., 1997. 0.00722 plus minus 0.00008 0.00725. IATIA 140 trademark seaweed. Mean. Reference value for natural uranium. 1.13 plus minus 0.07 from 0.5 to 1.2. 0.00725 plus minus 0.00011 0.00725. IATIA 336 Lichen. Mean. 0.95 plus minus 0.08. 0.00726 plus minus 0.00008. Reference value for natural uranium. 0.95 plus minus 0.08. 0.00725. Natural composition of uranium in soil is characterized by 234U/238U ratio activity of about 1 and 0.046 respectively. Particularly 234U/238U activity ratio in soil typically range from 0.5 to 1.2, Braby, 1995, Goldstein et al., 1997, UNEP, 2001, 2002, Sanson et al., 2001, 2001A, 2001B. This value can be considered also for the botanical samples considering that the presence of U could be mainly due to soil addition. There are no reference values for natural uranium in lichen reported in literature. Considering that the IATIA 336 lichen is not affected by dew contamination, we can consider the mean value of the APOT SPIES interlab exercise, made on IATIA 336, as the reference value for natural uranium in lichen. 166. Post-conflict environmental assessment. Table C.4 reports the mean values of the uranium isotopic ratios 234-238 for APOT laboratory and 235-238 for SPIES laboratory of the reference samples analyzed by both laboratories. The ratios were near the theoretical values for isotopic composition of natural uranium. These results indicate that the two laboratories are able to differentiate dew from natural uranium in environmental samples, and that the derived dew concentrations are analyzed with satisfactory precision. Calculation of measuring errors. Measurement uncertainties for SPIES laboratory data were calculated by propagation of errors from the relative standard deviations. The relative standard deviation of the variables were either experimentally determined or estimated, as described in the test reports. In the case of APOT data, the uncertainties reported are the combination of the contributions to the uncertainty assessed, as reported in the paragraph Statistical and Measurement Uncertainties and the repeatability, experimentally obtained analyzing 3 different replicates. For this reason, The uncertainties associated with APOT also take into consideration the contribution due to the inhomogeneity of the sample and are consequently higher than those reported for SPE's laboratory. Conclusions. The results of the quality control exercise based on an interlaboratory comparison between APOT Laboratory, Italy, and SPE's Laboratory, Switzerland, showed good agreement for all the reference materials. C.